adventures?
Check out this great 4K video I took of us. I even posted it with 5G way out here.
Or getting the team together?
Look at this cool photo of my victory dance.
Wow, I didn't know you were that flexible.
Stay connected without missing a beat. Right now, current and new customers get up to 4 iPhone 12s on us on our Max plan with eligible trade-ins. And with our new Magenta Max plan, you'll get unlimited premium data that can't slow down based on how much smartphone data you use, and 40 gigabytes of mobile high-speed hotspot data. That's right, current and new customers get unlimited premium data and the iPhone 12 on us. Get out there with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G.
Each phone on us via 24 credits plus tax for well-qualified buyers. If you cancel credit, stop and balance on required finance agreements may be due. Contact us for Max. Activate up to 4K or video streams at 480p. See 5G coverage, access, and offer details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, it's Elvis Duran. If you love your propane grill, life just got easier for you with Cinch. Cinch is a propane grill tank home delivery service that's ridiculously easy and convenient. You just go online, you choose a delivery date, and Cinch delivers the grill tanks straight to your door. And you can exchange any brand of tank. And right now, new customers, you get your first tank exchange only $10 if you use the promo code Elvis. That's CYNCH.com, promo code Elvis. Cinch, no contact, no commitment, no problem. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Visit cinch.com/offer for details.
Walmart is hiring warehouse associates in Pedricktown. You'll get earnings up to $21.35 per hour with flexible work schedules. At Walmart, you'll find seemingly endless roles and opportunities for growth. Join us and see how our great pay, steady hours, and benefits make a real difference. Learn more about benefits and opportunities near you by texting FC to 240240. That's FC to 240240.
I just got a call from my wife. She called me in tears. Babe, I can't do.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newtown Township Board of Supervisors meeting for August 11th, 2021. As has been normal during this pandemic, I just want to make sure that we remember certain people. Remember all those who have been affected by this horrible virus and their families, and those on the front lines, the doctors, nurses, EMTs, police, fire, all who answer their call to duty unselfishly. And those everyday important essential workers, our garbage collectors, our supermarket workers, our food servers, just to name a few. And here in the township, our management and administrative staff, our public works department, together they keep the township running. Let us support our local businesses the best we can, and please don't forget to be generous. Most of all, treat people with respect and kindness, even those who you may disagree with. As we start to come out of this pandemic, together as a community, we will become stronger, even better than before. If you would bow your heads, please. You stand with the board for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Lewis, any changes or additions to the agenda tonight?
There are no changes, Mr. Chairman.
What is our capacity of the room tonight, Mr. Lewis?
There's no capacity restrictions, however, we have spaced out the chairs.
Okay. And we'd appreciate if everybody would wear a mask tonight just for your protection and to protect your fellow citizens here. Go into any special actions. None tonight. I'll go into the first session of public comment. First session of public comment will be for anything that is not on the agenda at the moment. come up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Dan Romanelli. I'm here for the potential Peter Taylor Farm with the home potentially for battered women and sex trafficked women that may or may not have been approved. We're not sure because we have no facts, no answers, nothing to any questions. And I'd like to ask who's here for the Peter Allen Farm? I guess we have about 10 people. I never spoke in a mass, so you have to excuse me. First of all, I think I can speak for all the neighbors present that we deeply care for the unimaginable suffering these victims have endured, and we will always support their safety and well-being. The Board of Supervisors have been elected by us, your constituents, to protect all the people of Newtown Township, allowing us to have an open and honest dialogue and weigh all options before moving forward on something that could have a dramatic impact on public safety, the safety of the victims, safety of our family and children, and 2 elementary schools less than a half-mile from the proposed site. We are searching for answers to our legitimate questions, as the taxpayers have been completely kept in the dark on this endeavor. Someone needs to shine some light on this delicate matter to keep the attorneys, press, and lawsuits at bay, which will undoubtedly divide the community. The Peter Taylor Farm, county-owned and controlled since 2000, has been designated part of the Bucks County Agricultural Land Preservation Program with a designated Act 319 for tax purposes. This creates many limited zoning possibilities. Farm preservation combined with Act 319, along with the CARES Act funding this project, stringent guidelines are needed for compliance. My team is researching all the loopholes that are possibly being skirted at this time. No doubt about it, what is proposed by the Bucks County Housing Authority and the YWCA is a business. Profit or nonprofit, it is a business. This is not a family of 5 renting a farmhouse for a finite time period. It is a transient victims, their potential children, support staff, doctors, and 24/7 security. How can this possibly be the zoning classification of a protected farm? I am a licensed general contractor developing a home on Wrights Road, guided by local, county, and state building codes. I enjoy delivering a safe home to customers. Over engineered plans, grading, water runoff, soils and erosion, utility tie-ins, rain gardens, etc., it is a never-ending set of rules for safety, conservation, and water management. Improvements alone in engineering escrows, permit fees, plans, water and sewer tie-ins are well over $200,000 in this township for one house. In the interest of safety of all the potential victims and staff on this site, how can permits and inspections for the farmhouse be swept under the rug? In the county, is the county bullying Newtown Township to push this along? Who will be responsible for the liability when a strong wind collapses a debilitated farm, a fire breaks out, a child falls into a neglected lake? The farmhouse is zoned Historic 4 and has been vacant for 3 years or more. Please tell us why there are no plans and permits, fire suppression designs. Can the well and septic support the enterprise? Are there wired smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors? What are the maximum number of people allowed to be on the site and live in the house? Are there building inspections scheduled? Is there a licensed contractor doing the repairs and remodeling? Will a CO be issued? Are BOCA codes being met in plumbing, electric, and HVAC? Is anyone addressing handicap potential? We need these questions answered by someone. Hopefully it's you guys can start the process tonight, but I'm uncertain. Everything's on deaf ears. It's hard to comprehend that all these issues would be overlooked under Newtown's jurisdiction. It is appalling and concerning to ignore the potential liabilities that could happen on the board's watch. The most frightening thing to my family and neighbors is the 24/7 security that is supposedly going to be on the property. It is the intention to keep the victims in or trespassers out. It is a public forum where anyone could walk in and buy produce. Is that changing? Is the security armed or unarmed? Are the Newtown police aware and training the security? Is security in their own vehicles or marked cars? Who hires the security guards? Who does background check on the security guards? In a nutshell, this is Newtown, a thriving community of intelligent people who care about safety, family, values, and freedom. I, like many others, have purchased a lot to enjoy the open space, preserve farmland, and to be a contributing member to a vibrant community. On your website is an amazing quote that resonates with me. Democracy is still alive at the local level, and much of what we are doing here is to build committees where residents can participate in the decision-making process. Please tell us your intentions. We sadly are clueless and suddenly have lost our voice. Point us in a direction. Together, we could change the wrong into a right. Please put the project on hold, form a committee, and let's make rational decisions. Together is in the best interest of the residents of Newtown, not the Bucks County Housing Authority, the YWCA, and their need to spend CARES Act grant money. Thank you. Comments from the supervisors, please?
Well, the only thing I know is that our township manager has been putting pressure on the county and basically calling them every day to see if he can get something resolved about this issue. So, I mean, as far as it being under our control, the only thing we can control is putting pressure on them, of which the residents can also do. You could call your county commissioners, voice your opposition to them, and basically, I guess good old protest has won a lot of battles in the past, and this may be one such thing.
What would you recommend as a next step for concerned citizens, without putting your head in the guillotine, of course?
Oh, what I would recommend is there's 3 commissioners that are sit on the Board of Commissioners.
Emailed, phoned every one of them this week. There's a meeting 11 o'clock Wednesday morning. Would invite all my neighbors to attend.
I think it's 10:30, by the way, the meeting.
They said open time was around 11.
Okay.
Next week, I thought it was this week.
I think it's next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
No response from county. No response from county housing. The face of the project is the gentleman from the YWCA who's taken a beating, maybe a little bit out of his leg. Nice guy, but can't answer any questions. Right. But there will be no zoning. Zoning is passed?
That I don't know.
On a septic property,
I'll have to
holding
defer
10, 12, 14 people?
I'll defer to my township manager. He knows the situation better than I do.
No inspections, no permits, no licensed contractors?
I'll let him answer the question.
There was no change of zoning. The zoning is residential on a residentially zoned property. If they are doing any upgrades to the building, they need to file for permits. There have been no permits filed to date. Any of your other questions that you have raised I would direct you to the county.
Okay. Newtown doesn't consider this a business? If there's staff, women, armed security, non-armed security? This isn't a business?
This is not a business. From the description that they gave us when we did the review, it's not a business. It's a residential use. Any of the other stuff that you have mentioned, I would ask the county for specifics on that.
This was direct from the YWCA director.
If they misrepresented what they were representing, and there's something different and we find out about it out there, that'll be a different story. But as of right now, the way they described it, it is going to be a residential use, and it qualifies under the zoning as residential on a residentially zoned property. And like I said,
Were you aware of 24/7 security?
many places have 24/7 security. That doesn't classify the use of the property.
24/7 security is usually an alarm, a camera, not
It can be a number of
not
things,
a
yes.
body with a potential gun.
That, you need to ask the county. I don't have the details of
So
that.
we should take this to the county
That's,
unless we find
that's-
something wrong with a business-type atmosphere.
That's-
where zoning is
yes, that's my recommendation. And the person I spoke to today was Margie McKevitt.
Is there any reason this wasn't made public to anyone?
There was no need to make, all right, so when things are made public like that, it goes through land development, or there's a change in zoning, then the township notifies the neighbors. There was no change in the classification of the zoning here. There was no variances, there was no special exceptions, there was no permits necessary for a conditional use approval. So there was no public. It's almost similar to somebody buying a house and moving into the house. It's the same
Even though
zoning.
it's for transient,
They're not,
married women
from the
and
description,
sex traffic wives.
from the description that we have, they are not transient.
Well, I mean, I was told something different. They're there for 4 to 6 weeks. I guess they
That's not what we were
they
told.
ran away and then they're finding them full placement.
That's not what we were told.
So if there is an opportunity to discuss this with the county, with the YWCA, if we can set up a meeting with those parties involved, will Newtown get involved and fight this battle?
I think Newtown should. If we can facilitate that, Micah, I'd be interested in being in that meeting.
If there's a difference and the county wants to come talk to the township about the difference in the proposed use, then yes, we'll get involved, because that would likely change the classification.
I'm suggesting we just have a meeting regardless and figure out what's going on, because I have to agree, I hear what you're saying, and I certainly don't have a problem with battered women and children.
No one does.
Right, we all
agree.
can sympathize with that, but I heard about it when everyone else heard about it.
Somewhat
And it
scary.
does seem not very transparent. I understand we haven't had a public meeting on it because there was no need to. That makes sense to me, but I don't know what county's doing and why they administratively decided, hey, let's take this farm that we promised Newtown we were preserving and make it something other than the farm that was preserved. I'd be interested in the meeting.
It's interesting because the gentleman, Mr. Stewart, who's been very open as he can be, said he would take me on a tour of the property and answer any questions over a Zoom call, and I think John Mack was a part of it, which was very generous. But I got a non-disclosure confidentiality agreement emailed to me where if I sign, I can't say a word. I mean, perhaps it's above county, perhaps it's a federal thing, perhaps there's something going on more than we can visualize.
Well, if I'm
But
not mistaken,
as a town, we need to know this.
if I'm not mistaken, the county owns the property outright, right? Yeah, so,
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, there was a $900,000 grant, the CARES Act grant to the county, and I think $250 went to the YWCA. If there are permits and water and sewer and actual remodeling that has to be done on that dilapidated farm that I feel is unsafe for women and children, that money means nothing. But we don't know where to begin because, like you, we were all in the dark. And I think everyone would be concerned if they found out there was a woman's shelter, sex trafficked woman with security guards in your neighborhood, a half mile from schools and your children. It is something that I think needs to be let out. It can't be held a secret. Even though they told you one thing, and I believe they may have misrepresented their business as opposed to their housing. So we need to get with someone, I guess attorneys, and sort through it. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
When is the county meeting again?
It's Wednesday.
Okay.
10:30 is what I
I would suggest going to the county meeting as many people as possible.
We are set up. I don't know how many.
In the process, maybe our township manager can reach out to the county and see if we could have a meeting here, maybe like a work session type meeting where be open to the public and questions can be
I would
asked.
suggest that if you wouldn't mind, at the county meeting, maybe get to Newtown with the people involved and the YWCA, and perhaps we could hash it out. All right.
Okay.
It's very scary and frightening in America today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
How many unrelated?
Your name, please?
Oh, Angela Marley. In the Marley, Marley. In the residential zoned house, how many unrelated people are allowed to live there?
Unrelated?
How many?
It's 5.
5. So you could only have 5 people
That's correct.
in the house. Unrelated.
Unrelated, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Marley. My wife and I live in the property adjacent to the Peter Taylor farmstead for the last 35 years. I used to work on the farm with Mark Woodward many years ago when I was younger and able to. My question actually is to Mr. Lewis. You said that the county came and informed you about this. Can I ask when that was?
Earlier this summer. I don't have the exact date. Earlier this summer.
So could I ballpark it at the beginning of July?
Somewhere around there, yes.
Okay, so I found out about this on Friday. So I live next door. I'm a frequent purchaser of the produce from Mark. I did notice that there was some renovations going on. I thought the county was going to rent it out. But when I found out the true purpose, I was just shocked. But thank you for providing the opportunity and the information you've been able to give us so far and the direction. And that would be great if we could at least find out how something like this can be shoehorned into a community with no one else being aware of it, particularly the adjacent property owners, his neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Frank McCarron, 42 Rittenhouse Circle. I'll try to be brief, but there's a few things I wanted to talk to you about. It occurred to me that there are a number of matters before this board that last year that seemed important, but I really don't know where they stand right now. And I wanted to, and we're writing our newsletter, I'm writing it, and I would like to kind of raise these and see what's going on. The first has to do with the 5-year fiscal plan. Half the first year is over, and where do we stand versus what the consultants said to expect we would stand? I don't see any discussion about we raised taxes. Did we need to raise taxes? Did we raise enough? Not too much. I'm hoping that you could add to your September agenda a discussion of where we stand financially this year versus where you expected to stand when you raise the taxes. The second item is next year's budget. Typically, I would hope to see by now items on your agenda talking about priorities for next year, not necessarily with numbers, but what people are thinking. So we could try to get some consensus. And I'm certainly concerned whether or not the budget process for this next year will be any more iterative than it was last year. I'm concerned that we're going to wind up, it's going to just be presented without real thought. And I would honestly like to see just a more iterative presentation where you're discussing the important issues for the year, you're preparing some financial plans for the board to see that shows, okay, we expected, this is what eConsult said we were going to do the next 5 years. We did this instead the first year. This is what our actuals are versus what we expected. This is what that's going to mean rolling out the next 4 years. And what additional things do we also want to do after that so we can have some real discussions and understand what's going on. third item is the hiring of new firefighters. It seemed last year we were trying to triage a shortage of firefighters until we received a SAFER grant from FEMA so we could hire new firefighters. And we never received that grant, and I really don't know where we stand. And I'm concerned, this was a huge problem, and then all of a sudden it's not being discussed. And I know that Brian Fitzpatrick's office just announced that Ben Salem, their ambulance squad just got a grant of FEMA grant of $188,000. So I'd like to hope that we are on top of doing what we were supposed to do about the grant money, and if we're not, what are we doing about it? I had proposed giving more money for volunteers, making incentive for volunteers, and I think what actually happened is that we gave less money to the Volunteer Fire Association than we did in the prior year. So did we apply for a new grant, and where do we stand? The fourth item is hiring officers of color. I believe there will be 5 new police officers in the span of 12 months. We hired an officer last September, 3 more were in the budget, and then there was the tragic and untimely passing of Sergeant Ambrose. So the question is, as a township, what are we doing about diversifying our police force? When I brought this up at a prior meeting, I know another resident spoke afterwards and said, that guy is a troublemaker. And then that resident went on to describe that at one point, we had a black officer who has since retired, and it described how he was so tremendously good for the township, a great example for the township. And it was kind of like I'm saying to myself, yeah, that's my point. So I'm really hoping something's going to happen here. The fifth is COVID relief funds. Before you spend the money, you kind of have to have a view on the processes that you're putting in place to prioritize where you want to spend the money. I mean, even before you say, okay, we can spend it on salaries, or we could spend it on helping people. You have to evaluate what's important in this township and have a discussion of what's important in this township. And I just haven't heard that. So for example, let's take individuals and businesses hurt by the pandemic. Are there processes in place to identify who they are? And then from there, you're going to have a discussion of whether and how these funds might be used to help them? I guess that's my question. And the last item is the Toll Brothers Twain Bridge Road project. I know Toll filed a suit almost a year ago, and I really don't know what's going on. I mean, I expected that I would have heard something about, okay, we filed this in response, and this is the status, and what's going on. And I'm quite concerned that, I'm hoping this isn't going to be that they filed a suit, we aren't doing anything to actively contest it, and that there's going to be a meeting where you're going to present to residents, we have a settlement, and here it is, and you'll have people coming up, don't do that, but it's all fait accompli. So those are items I'm hoping that you can think about and spend some time addressing in future meetings in the near term. And lastly, before I leave, I just want to say that I really hope you figure a way to do hybrid Zoom in-person meetings. I personally am not comfortable in a room this size. I want to say what I want to say, but I'm really prefer to have zoomed in and said these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Brescia. I live on Sebelius Road, right across from the farmstead. The main reason why I bought that property in 2000 was because of the farm was going to be preserved, and I was very happy about that. Coming from a very congested Montgomery County, Maryland, I look forward to settling here. And so far in my 20 years here, I've been very pleased with all the actions of the township. I just have a couple of basic questions. I don't know if you can answer them or not. Now, has this modification or renovation been approved by the Historic Trust?
Did you want to continue with your public comment?
Yeah, but I just wonder if you know the answer to that. Did they file paperwork with the National Historic Trust to renovate the property? Does anybody know that?
Not that I know of. No.
I don't know. That you would have to ask the county.
Okay. Okay. And secondly, do you know if there's a budget for this property?
I think that budget would be determined by the county. That's
Yeah,
another
same
county.
thing.
Okay. And the
We
reason-
don't budget for it. I mean, it's not budgeted by us, so.
No, I understand that. I understand that. It's probably the housing authority, right? And the
Well,
question,
yeah, I don't know who you would
it's probably
contact at the
they're probably
county.
getting funds from the federal government through the housing authority.
Your guess is as good as mine. I really
Okay, well,
couldn't answer that question for you. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Just to let you know, I was Director of Housing and Community Development for 30 years in Montgomery County, Maryland. So I've had some experience with historic preservation. I've had some experience with the housing authorities. I had some experience building moderately priced housing and low-income housing. So I'm very aware how the process works. And I'm also aware, I guarantee you, that this property has so much lead-based paint in it that it's going to cost a fortune to abate it. And I don't know if anybody's taken all these things into consideration before they go with this. So, and as I understand it, there's nothing you can do about it? Delay it or?
Well, again, we could just bring up the concerns to the county, but
Okay.
it's not something that the township is doing, because I'm sure your concerns would be our concerns, but we are not aware of what the county is doing with that particular property. It's in their hands as far as the
Okay.
budget and what
Did
they're
I hear
doing.
earlier that the county has deeded the property?
I believe the county owns that property. yeah.
Okay, so it's not owned by the township?
No.
Great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
May I pose a question, Mr. Chairman? Micah, who were you talking to at county? I think there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I'd like to make a phone call. Was that Margie McKevitt?
Margie McKevitt and
Okay.
Kevin Spencer.
Kevin Spencer? Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening. I'm Terry Christensen. I live on Kirkwood Drive, and I'm here on behalf of Friends Home and Village this evening. I want to begin by thanking you for your service, and I especially want to thank you for the work. I'm hoping that the trail up along Dolington Road gets completed soon. I know our residents on the Star campus are looking forward to having the option to walk down to the playground. The American Recovery Act, I'm aware that there's been money that has been, or Rescue America Act, there's been some money that's designated to different municipalities. Some of that money is intended, at least an intended target, is, according to an article in Leading Age, which is a trade publication for senior living facilities, is intended to assist organizations that were badly hit during COVID. Among them would be nonprofit organizations that serve senior citizens. I'm very pleased to report to you that Friends Home and Village got through all the previous phases of COVID without any of our residents or any of our staff being hospitalized, let alone passing away. But that success doesn't come cheap, and there are things that we'd like to move forward with. I don't see very well, hence I travel with Twain, but I'm wondering if monies from the Rescue America Rescue Plan have come forward to the township, and is there a process by which we can apply for a grant? In particular, I think we're looking for things like improving our ventilation. Staffing for senior living facilities is difficult to come by. We'd like to do some work with staff retention. There are other things we have in mind, but if there's money available, we'd like to know how to apply for a grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to reports of committees, boards, and commissions. And I see first one is the Planning Commission. Mr. Fiddler.
Good evening. Alan Fiddler, Chairman of the Newtown Township Planning Commission. I actually have two synopses to review with you this evening. The first one was from our meeting of July 20th, 2021. We had 4 zoning hearing board applications. The first one was Stephen and Chelsea Brondow at 23 Bayshore Drive. Mr. Brandow was in attendance to review his application for impervious surface release of 16.94%, where 12.41% is the maximum permitted, and the property is currently at 11.99%. Would like to install a swimming pool with deck and a spa in his backyard. His immediate neighbors did not oppose the application, and his plans included erosion control. And Mr. Rabb had some concerns that this is not a hardship and that the applicant could seek a smaller pool and requiring less relief. The commission voted 5-1 to recommend that the supervisors not oppose the application, with Mr. Rabb voting nay. Second one was Amar and Pyra Patel at 14 Millstone Drive. Mr. and Mrs. Patel were in attendance to review their application for a variance for a rear yard setback of 21 feet where 50 feet is required to build a paver patio with a fire pit in their backyard. They have an irregular shaped lot. Their surrounding neighbors and their homeowners association approved their plans. The commission again recommended that the supervisors not oppose the application. Third, Leonard Kane at 1 Poppy Court. Mr. Kane was in attendance to review his application for a rear yard setback relief of 5 feet where 15 feet are required, and a prior variance had already granted the 5 feet and increased the impervious surface of 31.14% where 30 feet is the maximum to enlarge his existing patio. His neighbors and homeowners association have approved the plans, and again, the commission recommended that the supervisors not oppose the plan. Fourthly, Jacqueline and Todd McGonigal at 431 Marion Drive. Mr. and Mrs. McGonigal were in attendance to review their application for a variance for increased impervious surface of 21.53%, where 12% is the maximum, and the current impervious surface is 13.04%. They would like to remove an unsafe deck and install a swimming pool and patio. Their property predates the current ordinance, making it non-conforming. The surrounding neighbors have approved the plan. The house backs up onto sewer easement and a creek. Commission recommends that the supervisors not oppose the application, and noted that in recent months a number of other Marion Drive neighbors have had their needed similar relief. Under old business, the commission is eager to learn when the Bucks County Planning Commission's proposal for revitalization of the Commons will arrive, and is eager to work with the Township Economic Development Committee and Bucks County Planning Commission. The second synopsis is from our August 3rd, 2021 meeting. Our only item on the agenda that evening was the Arcadia Holdings final plan. Attorney John Van Luveny and developer Jason Duckworth were in attendance to review this plan for development of 20.117 acres on the western side of Newtown Bypass near Buck Road in the R2 high-density residential housing zoning district. The plan proposes 60 single-family detached dwellings and associated improvements. The plan is subject to the conditions in the stipulation and settlement agreement with the township that was dated February 24, 2021. Mr. Van Luveny explained that their approval process would be two separate parts: land development and approval of an access to the site by PennDOT. The township can review and approve the development while the proposed access is still under PennDOT's review. However, PennDOT has preliminarily rejected all proposals except the right-out exit onto Buck Road, only with the improvements at Mill Pond Road to allow U-turns for passenger vehicles in order to go north on Buck Road, and widening the Buck Road intersection with the bypass with the second turn lane. Commercial trucks, buses would not be permitted to make a U-turn. Planning Commission members had a number of concerns with various access plans and would recommend that as Arcadia continues to pursue approvals, that residents in the township be involved in these discussions. Regarding the plan itself, the EMS department had some concerns about the full extension of ladder truck outriggers on 15-foot wide streets. The developer has proposed concrete pads between the curb and the sidewalk. As of the last night, this seems unacceptable to the EMS department. There are a few other concerns about placement of trees and tree canopies interfering with ladder trucks, and the developer has indicated a willingness to comply with the EMS requirements. The individual lots for each home are small, and we are recommending that if homeowners do not select optional decks and patios, the purchasers are informed of the available space allocated for future outdoor amenities. These dimensions will be on the final plan, but the Planning Commission members are very aware of new residents needing variances for outdoor improvements. The plan is otherwise compliant with the stipulation and settlement agreement, and the Commission voted 6-2 to recommend that the Board approve the plan subject to certain conditions, including compliance with all the professionals' review letters. 2 members of the Commission voted via telephone. A few residents were in attendance and expressed concerns and some confusion about, as yet, the unresolved access to the site. I have a schedule for August 17th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. As of that evening, we have 1 zoning hearing board application, but if it is the will of the board and the administration to begin reviewing the proposal from Bucks County Planning Commission for addressing some of the topics regarding the overlay district in the OL and the LI district. That meeting would be available to begin that dialogue if we're so directed. Otherwise, it'll probably wait until the second meeting in September before we can get back to take a look at that. So if you have any questions, try and answer.
Any questions for Alan? Alan, I think you should move along with the Bucks County Planning Commission as quickly as possible.
Okay. Certainly appreciate that. I just didn't want to put it on the agenda until we got the okay from you guys.
I'll take a consensus among the board members, but they could voice their opinion, but I think we want to get this taken care of very fast.
Let's make it a priority.
All right, Mr. Fiddler, will you be working with Chairman Peters from the Economic Development Committee going through that review?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Fiddler, you mentioned that the committee recommended that as Arcadia continues to pursue approvals, that residents and the township be involved in these discussions. Were there any ideas how residents can be more involved in the discussions?
I think that part of the discussion was revolving around contacting PennDOT and actually bending their ear as to what the logic was regarding discrediting all 3 other options for the access. And, again, PennDOT is pretty powerful when it comes to the state of Pennsylvania, but I think the fact that if the township elected officials and the residents had some issues, they should take notice and listen to what the concerns are, and maybe they can explain it in layman's terms so we can understand why some of those other alternative solutions were not acceptable to PennDOT. It's very easy to say, oh, it's a safety issue. Tell us, exactly why is it a safety issue?
But PennDOT hasn't made a decision yet, right?
No, they have a preliminary decision, but, the paperwork that I saw says that preliminarily they're discrediting the first 3 options and only going to consider the 4th one in their final analysis. So, maybe we're a day late and $1 short, but, it doesn't hurt to, shake them up a little bit if we...
So would you say that the committee, the Planning Commission members
would you say universally thought that that U-turn option is an unsafe option?
I don't know that we ever considered whether we universally decided anything. We all had our opinions as to the logistics of whether you can eliminate U-turns for commercial vehicles, or they're going to have to go through Mill Pond Road out to Newtown Richboro Road. So, I don't think we polled the position of the Planning Commission regarding, what each person's views were.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick question. Now, you did have the letter from PennDOT.
I did
like
receive it.
4-page.
I did not share it with
At the meeting?
the committee. I believe Mary did provide it in a format with our agenda, so anyone that would like to have printed it out could have done so.
Okay.
It was in the packet, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll try to get some of those answers. In fact, they say to resubmit and, to complete and resubmit. So.
Yeah. Dennis, you know how frustrating it can be working with PennDOT. Just getting signalization on the bypass corrected is an ongoing issue that, it's been there for years.
Alan, you were aware of the original, wantings of PennDOT, which was the approval of a U-turn at that intersection, originally.
Well, that was one of the suggestions.
In what they have just resubmitted to us, with the denials of the other access points, do you see any difference in what they originally proposed and what they're proposing with the denials? Because it all reverts back to a U-turn.
Well, I don't recall specifically if that initial evaluation included a second lane up at the bypass for, completing right turns. I thought maybe that was the only new thing PennDOT was looking at when they said that the U-turn was conceivable, especially if it is accommodated another travel lane on the right shoulder of that right-of-way.
But the U-turn was never discounted at all by PennDOT. It seemed to be their favorite way of making a left-hand turn, which a U-turn is not a left-hand turn. But it seems that, in my opinion, it was almost like they neglected anything else because they had this approved, and they just basically went ahead and reapproved it, so to speak. You don't have to answer that question.
No, that's the case. I think
that's a case for someone else who's going to come up to that podium. So.
Yeah, I know the applicant is here, and I think one of the issues that some of the people that were at the commission and did ask under public comment to speak said that the site distance on Mill Pond Road and elevation is, something that they had concerned about, but I'm sure Mr. Van Leuven and Mr. Duckworth will, address that, in their...
I hear you. But U-turns are U-turns are U-turns.
U-turns are U-turn.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Next up is the EDC presentation.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. So to start off, my name is Matthew Peters. I'm the chairperson of the Township's Economic Development Committee, and I'd like to thank you all for including this on the agenda for tonight, and would also like to thank our township liaison, Mr. Oxley, for providing leadership to our committee in his liaison role to get us to this point where we've gotten to today. So, okay, there we go. So, first slide is just a summary of how we got here. Our committee was reinstated in June of 2020, mainly because the township had identified that there was already a chronic history of deficit spending and a problem with attracting and repopulating the area with jobs and therefore with EIT revenue. After that, then, there was also another issue of the large economic losses due to the effects of COVID on the entire business community. So, there we go, next slide. And then next slide is summarizing our progress here. It might be a little bit hard to read some of that writing there, so I'll go over some of the icons and touch on points of what we've been doing over the past year. So first thing there is to exploring options with attracting different businesses and industries, and we've been in contact with different potential businesses that could be moving here from various different industries. We've also, in that time, built strategic relationships with key partners for an economic development project, such as the county itself, the Lower Bucks County Chamber of Commerce, the Newtown Business Association, the Bucks County Economic Development Corporation, and also a whole source or a whole long list of commercial developers and commercial brokers and also commercial realtors to get the word out that we are in the process of changing things. And one of the main questions they would always ask is, what's different now? And the main thing was, well, we're working on it. We're getting to that. Next thing was assisting businesses with recovery from COVID. Mainly that was done through partnership with the local business organization, the Newtown Business Association, and also the Newtown Business Commons Association to pass along word of grant programs and also low interest rate loan programs that were offered through the CARES Act, both state level grants and also county level grants as well. And that information was then made available to those businesses not only through the township but also through the business organizations as well. And then let's see here. And then the one in the red there, assessing the business landscape from the Newtown Township perspective. Mainly the area that we've been focusing on, as the Planning Commission Chair, Mr. Fiddler, had mentioned, is the LI and the OLI districts, also known as the Business Commons area. So down there at the bottom there, we have successful partnerships with local business organizations through my own acts and also another act of a member of our committee, Bill Sheffer, who was a former president of the NBA and who is still currently on their board. We have put on a lot of...
Matt, the NBA is not the Basketball Association, correct?
Correct, yes.
Well, you might want to mention what it...
Yes. If I use the acronym NBA, it's in reference to the Newtown Business Association, not the National Basketball Association. Yes. It would be a nice partner to have, but not exactly in the scope of focus of what we need to do. So with that, we've put on a lot of virtual events through the Newtown Business Association. There was a business expo last year. There's a virtual business expo coming up again this year. We've also put out video programs highlighting businesses in Newtown and educating not only Newtown Business Association members, but also the community at large about what these businesses do, what their stories are. And we focused on businesses in the township, but also some businesses in the borough as well. Mainly the NBA's Business of the Year, the Temperance House, and we talked about a lot of the charitable give-backs that they've done over the past year. They've done a lot, and they definitely earned that award from the NBA. And then also, obviously, just the regular networking events that go with that. And we've been trying to provide as many opportunities for economic activity through the existing organizations. And we did start to work collaboratively with the Planning Commission, and we are very excited to hear just now that you had suggested that they can move forward with the Bucks County Planning Commission. So I and our committee are extremely excited to hear that. And if you can just go back one slide, there's one more on there that I'll go over. And then exploring marketing options. One of the other things that we have also been evaluating is ways to market Newtown Township as a great location to relocate a business of any size, from a small business all the way up to a large business, and we are in the process of exploring those options as well, and we've met with some individuals to explore what options are out there for us. Next slide, please. So it was resolved that the Newtown Township Economic Development Committee believes that it is important that the Board of Supervisors continues to make economic development a priority, which I'm very happy to hear just a moment ago that you all agree with. Very happy to hear that you were able to approve our 2 new members to our committee. We welcome them in at our most recent in-person meeting yesterday, and we already started to look at potential zoning uses in the LI and the OLI district. We took a long list and whittled it down to the most viable options at this time, and there's going to be further discussion with that, and that discussion is also going to involve the Planning Commission. And obviously with the Bucks County Planning Commission proposal, that is here, we just heard about that. We also submitted a memo to the Board of Supervisors earlier this year to suggest adding an overlay district in that area for high-density residential, which one of our newest members at our meeting yesterday, who is also involved with the Council Rock School District, had mentioned would be a wonderful thing to add EIT without adding extra burden onto the school district in the form of a whole lot of extra students. So it's wonderful to hear that he was in favor of that. So our next steps now are just to request that we stay in close connection with the Planning Commission and any other township committees that you feel would be appropriate to include on this project, whether it be the Finance Committee or the Technology Committee, but we're more than willing to work collaboratively with any and all committees at a township level, and we would also request that we are able to be involved in some respect in the work with the Bucks County Planning Commission as well. So that way we can make sure that we have a seat at the table and we're able to approach this from a different perspective than the Planning Commission, and I think they've already shared that they would suggest that we do that. Next slide, please. Included a picture of the township as a whole. It's kind of hard to see, but the LI and the OLI district is right there. Only way I can touch and show it, but that's the area that we're talking about right now. That's the area that you've authorized us to focus on and to work to try to repopulate with jobs in EIT, mainly high wage earning EIT as well. Next slide, please. Obviously, the Planning Commission, as I have a couple of pictures there, is in the process of working on their comprehensive plan and also is still in the process of working on the Newtown Rail Trail as well. So we're excited to hear that they are able to help us, and we're also excited to hear that they may be able to find additional sources of funding to accomplish these projects, which would then allow the township to pursue these economic development projects from a very fiscally conservative perspective. And then there's also the Bucks 2040 initiative, which is still in the works. They're still in the survey process with that, but that is just another thing that they have going on that will fit into. It will allow them to provide us with guidance as far as what to do to fit into a more holistic perspective of viewing this from a county perspective as opposed to just us looking at it from Newtown Township's perspective. So we are looking forward to hopefully working with them if the spend is approved and if the proposal is approved. Next slide, please. So our continued focus areas will be continued collaborative work with the Township's Planning Commission, continued work with the Bucks County Planning Commission, continued work with the Newtown Business Association, the Newtown Business Commons Association, the Lower Bucks County Chamber of Commerce, and also continued COVID recovery, because it's of the opinion of our committee and some of the experts that we've spoken to that the commercial real estate landscape is ever changing, and no one out of any of the experts that we spoke to really know what is coming next. So it's best that we get started on this work right now and continue to work on this to make sure that we take a very proactive approach to this to position Newtown as the best potential site for a company to relocate. We've even gotten some feedback that larger employers from areas like New York City or even right across the river in New Jersey may look to relocate their business to a more rural location or a more suburban location that doesn't have the same costs as operating in the city. And with the addition of remote work and maybe even a 4-day work week with a hybrid work option for a lot of businesses will make Newtown Township a very, very attractive place for someone to relocate their business with all the open space we have, the trails, and just the great location that we have in a close proximity to a major metropolitan area, but also near a major corridor of 95. So we really believe that we're positioned in a unique place that no other township or municipality in the county is positioned in to land a sustainable, valuable employer to the township. Next slide, please. So that's the summary of it. We're going to keep moving forward with our goal, keep moving forward with our mission. We're open to suggestions and feedback from the Board of Supervisors, from the Township Planning Commission, the Bucks County Planning Commission, and any public comments that come our way. We're open to that as well, and we encourage all who are interested to stop into one of our in-person meetings. They are the second Tuesday of the month now. Our time did recently change since we've gotten back to in-person meetings. Now it is the second Tuesday of the month at 4 p.m. Next slide, please. And then last slide just be any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Peters?
I'd like to make a comment rather than a question. Matt, first off, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. This group has worked extremely hard to get to a point where they can stand in front and present to not just only just us, the Board of Supervisors, but also to residents that are here tonight. We embarked on a really, really big challenge, and a lot of it is based upon how much we care about continuing to build on a thriving environment and community that we have here in Newtown. And, I've been so pleased and I've been in awe of the amount of effort, but not just even effort, just the willingness of follow-up and conversations and how much we have explored, inviting different, real estate agents, brokers, even different people from Philadelphia that create incubators that have interest in potentially coming to Newtown, as long as we move on the right path of creating an opportunity for them to come in. So I just wanted to applaud Mr. Peters for, a job well done, also to the Economic Development Committee. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone has a question? Dennis?
Real quick, Matt, thank you for the presentation. I believe the Finance Committee would probably like to do some networking with you and see where we could share whatever common goals we have and stay out of each other's way as well. So, but if there'd be a way that we'd like to participate with you at some point too.
Absolutely. I would welcome that, and I'd be very happy to do that.
Yep. I say we as their liaison, but they would like to do it.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess you are aware that we have a quote for services from the Bucks County Planning Commission.
Yes, I am.
Have you reviewed that yet? I mean, it might be interesting for you guys to review that to give us any insights that you might have if it's the right kind of work that you're looking for.
We have not. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I held it off until you guys said yes, move forward, so they will have it tomorrow.
Okay. So I assume you will look at that, right?
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I will, Matt, great work. Thank you for the presentation, and make sure you thank the committee on our behalf. We appreciate all the work you're doing.
I definitely will. Yeah, we have a great group of individuals put together. I definitely will pass that along.
Yeah, man, I just want to commend you on the presentation. It was very good. You brought us pretty much up to date. Besides working with the Finance Committee, I do agree the Planning Commission probably should be one of your first concerns, working with them. But also another another committee that hasn't been mentioned, but is also very much involved when there is development or new business or open space. I think you should contact the Park and Recs Committee, because the Park and Recs and the Planning Commission are two of the hearts of this township when it comes to development and, like I said, open space. So maybe you want to contact somebody there, attend one of their meetings, or you could appoint one of your committee members as liaison to, and, just get reports that way. But otherwise, like it said, moving forward, fantastic.
Yes. Thank you. I
Thank
definitely will bring that up for discussion at our next committee meeting, and we'd be more than willing to work collaboratively with the Parks and Rec Committee as well.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
I got one more question. Mr.
Yes.
Peters, you're a business owner in this township, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you didn't grow up here.
I did not know.
What drew you to Newtown Township with your business?
Well, when I first found the location of my business, which is on Sycamore Street, the whole feel and the whole environment was what drew me there. One of the main things I looked for was an area in which employees would feel comfortable reporting to work. Well-lit areas that were safe for them to report to work, where they didn't have to fear for their safety or for their personal belongings while they're working. That was one of the main things. And then also the close proximity to the community college campus as well. I identified that as a good potential source for employees for my business, whether they be marketing, sales, or labor, or administrative. I figured that would be a great resource to me personally to be that close to the Bucks County Community College campus in Newtown, and that's one of the things that we've actually discussed at some of our meetings is their workforce development program, and how can we do a better job of connecting businesses with that workforce development program, or at least making them aware of the potential out there, whether it be with their workforce development program or maybe even some of their future initiatives for continuing education. Other thing would be the fact that it's centrally located near main transport corridors. My business relies on us visiting our customers' properties, whether they be residential or commercial. So it was a very convenient location for us to access 95 to hit southern Bucks County, or to head up to northern Bucks County as well via Swamp Road, or even to other parts of Bucks. So mainly it was a location thing. It was a safety. It was a quality of location. And then also it is an area in which I also identified as a good place to plant roots and to hopefully be a resident of someday, in addition to being a business owner. And it's not really relevant to the conversation here, but I want to thank my girlfriend for showing up to support me. And we've had many talks as far as if we do decide to purchase a home and live anywhere in Bucks County, it would be Newtown Township, and we have our hearts set on it. So I'm hoping for continued growth and success of my business to allow us the opportunity to do that, and also continued growth and success of her business as well, so that way we can afford to purchase a home someday, hopefully soon.
Awesome.
Well, welcome to Newtown. We hope you are a resident. You're a valued business person here, and sure, any realtors out there? We have somebody here who wants to buy. Well, all joking aside, thank you, Matt. I appreciate your presentation and what you do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, moving right along. Board members, I'd just like to, I see the gentleman is still here from Friends. And Mikey, he brought up a good question. Is there any way that we can help in regards to grant filings or what has been given to us in the COVID relief funds?
Currently, the township doesn't have anything set up, but there is a whole slew of grants through the county for sort of things like this. So I would recommend that you take a look at the county website. There may be something of interest to you on there.
Is there a contact person there that maybe?
I don't know who's responsible for administering their grants up there. off the top of my head. I'm sure it's listed on the website.
Okay. Okay, well, whatever we can do, that would help.
Can I mention something? I think he was referring to money that we already have from the relief fund. We have $1 million in the bank, and he was referring to the fact that some of that money could be used to support nonprofits.
It could be if that's the board's discretion.
Right, so he was asking if there's a process to apply for anything.
Not at this time.
Maybe we should have,
I think
applications for that.
The latest information I saw on the frequently asked questions, 40-page document, they were advising that municipalities hold off on especially distributing funds until the final rules are published. Now, federal government has, initially it looked like it was going to be pretty easy to access funds, and there was some flexibility, but the federal government has tightened that up. So I would believe shortly there'll be like the final.
Perhaps maybe there are some grants on the state level that we could probably inquire about.
Well, why don't we have Mr. Lewis look into that?
Yep.
And if there's anything that can get done, I'm sure he'll pass word along to Friends Village. Okay?
Yep.
That's all I
Sounds
have.
good.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, just a couple of very short reports. Went to the NFA meeting on the 26th of July, and I promised them that I would mention on TV that the Beer Fest is coming up. It's September 18th. It's their major fundraiser, and you can purchase your tickets at newtownbeerfest.com. That's all one word, newtownbeerfest.com. It's Saturday, I believe it's Saturday, September 18th, 12:30 to 5:30. Next item on the agenda on my report is there's a Finance Committee meeting the following night on July 27th. And we have been looking at the budget where we are right now. If anyone wants to look at that, there's a treasurer's report that's usually published on the township website. But our finance director, Teresa, walked us through where we are in the budget right now. And in our meeting in August, the Finance Committee's meeting in August, we'll be looking at not only another month down the budget trail, but we'd also be looking at hopefully new rules about the American Relief Fund and making some recommendations to the board. The last one, I attended just last week the jointure meeting. Mr. Mack was there as well. He presented a treasurer's report related to that. There was a recent audit of the jointure, and they passed with flying colors with no concerns. I know that's not audit language, but that's the way I take it. And then the other thing that the jointure was considering was a first draft of distributed antenna systems. And if you know what that means, it's 5G. So the federal government has years ago allowed 5G and distributed antenna systems, and we just want to begin a process that the jointure can regulate that, because with the federal government allowing it, it's going to happen unless townships and municipalities. They have to allow. We have to allow it to come in, but the rules and regulations we need to look at, like pole height and color and all kinds of things. So that's what and that was a very preliminary first report, and then it'll get to the townships.
Okay. Mr. Mack?
Thank you. I reviewed the August 5th Council Rock School Board meeting. I'm supposed to be a liaison with the Council Rock School District, so I took a look at that, and there were two major items on that agenda. One was the wearing of masks in school, and the superintendent of schools, Dr. Fraser, said you can and should expect to see our schools and our classrooms look and feel very much like they did in February 2020. That is, no masks. He said it took into account the county health director, David Damsker, who, along with other health experts, said that COVID-19 tends to impact kids less severely than adults. I'm a new grandfather, and I know that recent reports have said just the opposite of that. But, you know, right now, the Council Rock School District is going to have not mandatory masks. The other item that was discussed, it wasn't on the agenda, but it was critical race theory versus diversity, equality, and inclusiveness. There was one speaker from Holland who described critical race theory as evil cultural Marxist ideology, but he was confusing that with diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, and Dr. Fraser said, we will not be teaching critical race theory. Critical race theory will have nothing to do with the Council Rock School District. Critical race theory, said Mr. Fraser, is not coming to the school district. He also said that critical race theory and diversity, equality, and inclusion aren't even close to being the same thing, and one of them I very much value in our school district, and one I very much do not. So that's what I heard at the Council Rock School District meeting. The other one I have is Tech and Communications Committee has developed a survey for committee members, and I think that was distributed by Olivia to all the committee members or the chair people of the committees. The main item, it's regarding the township website, and the thing is, it asks a number of questions of how the website can be improved for use by committee members. And only about 9 responses have been received to date, and obviously the committee is looking for more responses. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the Park and Rec report for today's meeting. Registered today for the following upcoming programs starting soon: Academic Advantage, Asian Cuisine, Exploring Archery, Dog Training Lessons, and Mystery Art Camp. The Newtown Township newsletter should be in mailboxes the second week of September, so keep your eyes open for that. And don't forget, you can follow us on social media for updates about programs and park happenings at Newtown Fun. It's the @ Newtown Fun. Also, don't forget, pre-registration is required for all Park and Rec programs, and you can register online at newtownfun.com or call the office. I think Mr. Mack was at the meeting. He might have something to add, if you do.
Yes, I attended it was the August 4th meeting, and I was primarily interested in meeting Megan Prusienski. Is that how you say her name?
Prusinski.
What?
Prusinski.
Prusinski, who is the new, well, maybe not so new right now, director of the Parks and Rec Department, and I was very much impressed by her and thought she should come to one of our Board of Supervisors meeting to make a presentation and tell us, what she might have planned. On the agenda was a Healing Planet grant for $25,000 application that the Parks and Rec Department made to help open up the Clark Nature Center. I don't know if that grant has been, at that time, there wasn't any information whether we did get that grant or not. Was there any update on that?
Yeah, we still don't know.
Okay. She also referenced the Insurance Risk Control Survey report, which I haven't seen, and this is a report where they go through the parks and so on with the insurance people, I believe. and they tell them what's dangerous, what's not, and what needs to be mitigated. And I know that in the Clark's Nature Center, one of the problems is with the dead ash trees. So I was curious as to whether we can get a look at that report at some point. I don't know if we'll be able to understand it, but it seems interesting. The board chair, Andy Levine, emphasized the planning process to determine what's missing from parks. For example, he expressed an interest in fixing the water fountain at Carl Cydia Park, as well as possible community gardening in that park as well as Silver Lake Park. And there was a report on the camps and how that they were doing, and so far there has been no problem with COVID at the campsites. And that's what I learned. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oxley.
Nothing to report this evening after Mr. Peters' robust presentation, so I'm going to not have anything to report today. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no public hearing tonight. Land development, Arcadia at Newtown Holdings LP, Newtown Bypass and Buck Road. This is the final major subdivision land development.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. John Van Luveny, representing Arcadia. This subject matter is obviously not foreign to any of you members of the board. All of you were present and discussed the settlement stipulation that ultimately was entered into as reported by Mr. Fiddler in March and in February and approved by a court order in March 2nd. Pursuant to that settlement stipulation, Arcadia did proceed to prepare a very extensive traffic study, including a point of access study as required pursuant to the stipulation, and all of you will require, and I know that access is still an issue. I heard it in Mr. Fiddler's report. I attended the Planning Commission meeting, heard a discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. I want to remind everyone that Arcadia, in the settlement stipulation, agreed to a hierarchy of approvals, the last option of which is the one that, as Mr. Fiddler reported, is the one that PennDOT indicated was the only viable option. Again, Arcadia funded that study. Arcadia agreed to the priority, and would certainly be more than happy if perhaps a better solution than the bypass could be agreed upon and endorsed by PennDOT. With response to the issue, and I think, Mr. Mack, you may have mentioned the involvement of the public. I want to remind everyone also that prior to the time the stipulation was entered into, Steve Harris, on behalf of the Eagle Ridge Community Association, had intervened in the PennDOT proceedings approximately a year and a half ago now, I believe, which gave them the right to participate in and receive correspondence on every step of the access process. Recently, several months ago now, Mr. Harris also intervened on behalf of Crown Point, and frankly, I don't recall whether he did on behalf of Newtown Crossing, although at the Planning Commission meeting, Peter Ancona suggested that he believed that Newtown Crossing was also a party to those PennDOT proceedings. So the community associations have been participants. They have the option to be more active participants if they choose to, but again, they have been involved in every step of the way. I also reminded the Planning Commission that although the Eagle Ridge Community Association did not sign the stipulation, that was their choice, but they did participate in the dialogue. Their thoughts and concerns were represented in the stipulation that you ultimately approved, as were some of Newtown Crossing's concerns, even though they were not a party to any of the litigation that was involved. And I'd also remind you, and perhaps the public isn't even aware of this, of the letter that you received from Mr. Harris on behalf of the Eagle Ridge Community Association on February 25, 2021, on behalf of the Eagle Ridge Board of Directors, thanking the Board of Supervisors for approving the settlement stipulation. This was a not a unilateral effort. It was a joint effort. All the parties who participated in this litigation over the last 6 years were represented at the table, even though the only signatories are the township and Arcadia. But I think that's important. I think it's important that everyone in the public understand that the community associations were at the table, even though they may not have been signatories, and that you, as a board, were sensitive to making certain that their concerns were known, and you, on behalf of the associations, in addition to Mr. Harris, negotiated to see that the community association's concerns were represented in the settlement stipulation. And frankly, I believe that's the reason Mr. Harris chose to put that in writing, because some people may not know that the associations were involved in those settlement discussions. I reminded the Planning Commission at its meeting of that background. I reminded them also, again as reported accurately by Mr. Fiddler, that we in essence came up with a bifurcated procedure with the understanding that these PennDOT proceedings, PennDOT discussions may go on, which the stipulation provided that Arcadia and the township would process Arcadia's application for final plan approval, and that it could proceed independent of the PennDOT process. And that was with recognition that the community may be involved, they may file appeals, there is a right to appeal PennDOT permits when they're issued. All of that is still out there. Any action that you take with respect to this final plan is without prejudice to all of the provisions that are included in that stipulation with respect to PennDOT and with respect to the access priorities. And again, I'm reminding you that Arcadia agreed with the same priorities that the township and the community associations had established and agreed to pursue them at its expense with a traffic study, which was reviewed by the township engineer, also reviewed by the community associations, comments made prior to submission of that study to PennDOT. So what you're asked to do tonight is not a final action with respect to those access issues. The stipulation covered that, and we spent a lot of time, frankly, negotiating those particular parameters. They go on probably for 10 pages or more in this settlement stipulation. It was very carefully thought out, and the Board of Supervisors, in my opinion, very well represented the thoughts and concerns of the community to the best of its ability, knowing that the board can't act for PennDOT and can't dictate PennDOT's actions. So I want to remind everyone who may be listening tonight who was not party to all those discussions that that is included here, that what you do tonight with respect to the final plan is without prejudice to all of those community efforts with respect to PennDOT. With that said, we moved on at the Planning Commission meeting to discuss the various review letters. In that regard, Arcadia had authored a response letter dated June 7th, 2021, and we reviewed this with the Planning Commission. There were a lot of review comments. Many of them, none of them, in my opinion, turned out to be substantive, and I believe the Planning Commission, with the exception of the few items summarized by Mr. Fiddler, thought that they were substantive. Many of them were technical issues. 59 of the 75 review comments were will complies. In 6 cases, there were issues where the settlement stipulation superseded the review comments. We discussed those at the Planning Commission, and frankly, I believe that as a result of that discussion, it was agreed that the settlement stipulation did control. So we ended up, as I saw it, with no issues with which Arcadia took issue with the township, and the township or its consultants had not agreed that were non-issues. The one that probably took the most discussion, and what didn't take much discussion, but was relatively new to all, was this issue of the emergency services letter that came out. We had filed a response to the emergency services letter. Most of you will recall, and if you don't, the stipulation will remind you that the settlement plan called for 15-foot wide streets. In a few instances, call them alleys, call them minor access streets. They're not very long. They're not the lengthy roads, but they were called out and the township agreed to approve 15-foot wide streets, and that's what the settlement stipulation called. The Emergency Services Department suggested that those streets should be 20 feet wide. The issue of concern, and some of you may not have faced this issue before, I told the Planning Commission I've come across this in the last couple of years in 4 or 5 different townships, is the International Fire Code has a provision in there that suggests that, not suggests, it says that a fire access at least 20 feet in wide must be provided within I believe it's 150 feet of any occupied dwelling. Now that would technically, and it does, not technically, it does apply even if I had a 300-foot driveway back to my house. In theory, I need a 20-foot wide section of that driveway. It's been addressed in other municipalities by the construction of 20-foot wide pads where the fire trucks can put their outriggers out to balance the ladder trucks, that sort of thing. That's the concern. That's why for the 20 feet. The fire trucks aren't 20 feet wide, but when they put the outriggers out on both sides, they're 20 feet wide, and that's the concern. We proposed, in this case, in response, to provide 20-foot wide sections on each of those access roads so that we would technically meet and comply with the recommendation of the fire marshal, notwithstanding the fact that the roads are stipulated to be 15 feet wide. That response was communicated. You have a July 30th response email from Mr. Chamberlain indicating that that was generally satisfactory. He had a couple of comments. We responded to that. We were asked by Mr. Schenkman at the Planning Commission meeting following the vote by the Planning Commission to put in writing our response, which was subsequently done in a letter dated August 4th, I believe, from Mr. Duckworth, indicating that we would be more than happy to meet with the fire marshal. The issues were, are street trees going to interfere with these pads? And that's an issue. It's a question of what supersedes. We said we're happy to do what makes the fire marshal happy if that's the genesis of the concern for the township. I know that we have a meeting set up next Wednesday already with the fire marshal to resolve all those issues. We want to do what he thinks is right, with the understanding that what he thinks is right would be what the board thinks is right with respect to resolution of those safety concerns. It's obviously an issue that was not considered up front, or we probably would have addressed this issue. You would have addressed it, we would have addressed it, or responded if the issue had been brought to the attention of anyone prior to the approval of the stipulation. But at this point, we've agreed that that is a will comply, will resolve, and we put that in writing. We told the Planning Commission that. That seemed to satisfy them. So that, in my view, you're not being asked to sign liens tonight. We understand that any action that you take tonight would be subject to resolution of any of the open issues, including satisfaction of the fire marshal, in the way we have addressed it in our response letter. I don't believe that there are any other open issues at this point.
Mr. Sander, are we to ask Mr. Van Leuven a question? Or how would you-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wide open for board discussion. Yep.
All right. Any questions from the board for Mr. Van Leuven in regards to this land development?
If I may I?
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Van Leuven. You mentioned PennDOT proceedings. Were there actual meetings with PennDOT that you attended or residents attended?
There were conference calls that were attended early on in the process. After the submission of the traffic study, which had been signed off and reviewed by everyone, to my knowledge, there were no meetings. And Mr. Duckworth is nodding affirmatively, so my recollection is correct.
Okay. The other thing you mentioned was the traffic study, and I recall that Mr. Peter Ancona at the Planning Commission said he never saw that, and you were going to send him that study. Have you done that?
Well, first of all, his counsel had seen it. Mr. Harris was representing the Newtown Crossing Community Association. Mr. Harris had a copy. He also represented, as you know, Eagle Ridge and Crown Point. Mr. Ancona thought that the Newtown Crossing Association was a party to the PennDOT proceedings. I didn't suggest that he was wrong. And if that's the case, they have access to everything that PennDOT has. Since the Planning Commission meeting, have I sent it to him? No, I have not sent it to him since the Planning Commission meeting. But I know his counsel, or the counsel that was retained to participate, has a copy. Mr. Duckworth would like to say something.
Good evening, Board. Jason Duckworth of Arcadia Land Company. Mr. Mack, to answer your question, yes, I emailed a copy of that traffic study to Mr. Ancona.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
I myself have not looked at that study because I'm not a traffic engineer. I assume our traffic engineers have looked at it, and I know you wrote a response letter. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did review that and provided comments via email to them.
Now, the next process, you talked about the PennDOT permits. Is there one permit for everything, including the access and the U-turn, all that? Is one permit?
With the caveat, Mr. Mack, that I also am not a traffic engineer, it is my understanding that permits with respect to signalization are separate and apart from permits with respect to road improvements. So, and to that extent, there will be more than one permit issued.
So there will be further proceedings
There
at some
definitely.
point.
The preliminary, as a result of the preliminary study, of the preliminary letter, that was essentially a response that gives direction to an applicant. The next step in the process then would be to prepare a highway occupancy permit application responsive to the comments that were contained in PennDOT's review letter.
Pass for now, thank you.
I have some questions. So, Mr. Van Leuven, now, in the spirit of the settlement agreement, you did reach out to PennDOT. We saw that letter regarding the hierarchy of access to the site.
Not only that, prepared a very lengthy and very expensive study.
Okay, they came back with a rather brief letter saying the first three items are off the table. One of them is possible, but they didn't give you a recommendation and asked for more information to render their decision.
And that's part of the next step. We have to provide a response and a permit application consistent with a response. In other words, when an application for a highway occupancy permit is made subsequent to that review, it was with the expectation that that response, that application will address all of the concerns that were included within that review letter.
So I understand the application itself doesn't have to be approved until later. My question is, have you reached out since this letter asking for more information on the 7th? Or sorry, on the 2nd?
Have we
July?
asked for
Yeah.
more? No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, let me say that the persons who were most concerned, which were the community associations, to my knowledge, have not
Well,
asked.
the letter I'm referencing is between Arcadia and PennDOT. And they asked for more information. I'm asking if you sent them more information to help them
No,
with
because the
decision.
next step would not be to submit more information, it would be to submit a highway occupancy permit application.
So when you submitted the original request, you weren't really looking for an answer. You just wanted to dot a box and send it over.
That's not true.
Well, you didn't go for an actual answer. You didn't follow up. That's what I'm getting at.
There is an answer. The answer is that only the fourth alternative will be considered.
It will be considered. It was not approved.
That's right.
Right. So you just wanted something to send to us and not really pursue it any further.
We didn't send anything to you, Mr. Davis.
Well, it's in the packet for
didn't
review.
We didn't send anything to you. You have a letter from
Okay.
PennDOT.
The letter between you and PennDOT was sent to us, everyone at this board.
PennDOT's review comment to Arcadia
Okay. Well, we
was
can
sent
argue
to
about
you.
procedure. I'm talking about the principle of the letter. Did you really want an answer, or were you just trying to dot a box?
We wouldn't have spent that much money if we didn't want the answer. I think Mr. Duckworth has articulated consistently that he would love to have access to the bypass.
Understood.
We've said that consistently.
They weren't asking for a lot of additional information if you read the letter.
And if you really wanted to do it, you should have pressed them even further.
We did.
No.
That's the
You
way
just
it was
said you didn't.
presented.
Let's
the way it was
do
presented.
this one at a time, and Mr. Davis has got the floor.
Right. But I think I have my answer. Thank you.
Well, I think you don't, Mr. Davis. I think the
I
point.
think Mr. Davis is actually on the correct path because you have stipulations in there, And basically, he's asking the question, did you follow up? Did you actually dig a little bit deeper? And if Mr. Duckworth truly wanted access on the bypass, if that's your true intent, then you would have actually truly went after that further.
There was no
I
request.
don't buy it.
There
Don't
was
buy
no
it. I
request.
think you wanted a U-turn from the start.
There was no request for further information with respect to access to
Let's
the
just
bypass.
skip it. Forget it.
That's what
Skip
your point is.
Skip it.
Read the letter.
Skip it. Skip it.
Show me
The next question.
Mr.
My
Oxley,
question.
you're wrong. I just have to
I am
make
not
it
wrong.
clear, there
I am
is
not
no
wrong.
request
I
for
am not
additional
wrong. I am
information
not
with
wrong.
respect to access
I
to
am
the
not wrong.
bypass. It said, we
Just
will
skip it.
not approve it.
Just skip it. Next question. So we've got these cement blocks that are potentially supposed to go into this new neighborhood, right? On a 15-foot street. Why won't you just make the street 20 feet rather than doing 15?
Because as part of our negotiation, we discussed that with you, and you approved 15-foot streets. You should have, if you were concerned
Well-
about that, or if you had thought about it,
Let's
any more than we would have
Can we
thought.
make a reference to you as the board and not like to a particular?
No,
board
I'm
member?
talking about the township, Mr.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Calabro,
just
certainly.
want, yeah, okay.
I'm suggesting to you that it was not considered by you, and it wasn't considered by us. That's why, at this point, we're addressing it in a manner that's satisfactory to your emergency services department. That's all we can do at this point. We have a court-approved stipulation that says we can proceed with 15-foot streets.
Now,
The
those
plan
cement-
doesn't work with
those
20-foot
cement
streets.
blocks, can you guarantee that they will stay in their integrity over time? And then if not, they probably won't, because that's how the earth works.
To the extent that we could guarantee a street stays in with integrity
Well, the
over
cement
time,
blocks
yes,
are-
we can.
Hey, a street is different than a cement block. So this is what I'll say now. When you have the ability to have these cement blocks put in, and they change over time, that expense will go to the homeowners association. That will be off of your plate, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. Now, why wouldn't you make the best opportunity for those homeowners that are going to be living in those homes?
You want to answer that? I can answer.
I'd be happy to answer. Eagle Ridge had requested a setback to provide additional open space as a buffer to our development. Newtown Crossing later made a similar request. The streets and lots were designed to accommodate those requests. If we were to widen these boulevard lanes from 15 to 20 feet, we would have to reduce the open space buffer that they expressly requested.
I have another question, if that's okay. One of the things that stood out for me at the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Van Louvenet, was a comment you made about Mill Pond Road was designed to be a bypass. And I think you said something like the residents wouldn't even notice trucks going through there. I have a concern about the settlement agreement says no through truck traffic on Mill Pond Road, and in fact, if permitted, the Newtown Township should put up signs saying no through truck traffic. Is that, I assume that's going to be, forever, not just during construction. Is that correct about the stipulation?
Newtown, Arcadia has the ability to control and police to some extent its construction traffic. It clearly doesn't have the ability to control and police what happens afterward.
Right. So our police chief might get out there with truck patrols, which he often does, to make sure that these trucks are safe. And I guess if we have a no truck through truck traffic, there could be summons issued and so on. But it seems to me that that's a kind of a problem with during the construction. I just don't know how that's going to work. I believe there's going to be a lot of truck traffic on Mill Pond Road, even though our stipulation says no. And, there's nothing we can do about it, which you just said, basically.
We can do what we can do, your police can do what it can do, but as you know, it's always impossible to police every driver and make every driver conform to the rules of the road. That doesn't happen in real life.
I think Mr. Mack is referring to the construction trucks. How will they access that development?
same way cars and trucks do today.
But are they going to
Hey,
use Mill Pond Road to access it, or are they going to access it through the service road?
Well, they would access it, they can access it through Mill Pond Road. There's no way to
Okay,
get there.
There's no way to get in.
Right.
So,
They have to use the service road.
okay, so there will be no construction trucks on Mill Pond Road because they can't get in to the development
Well,
zone.
That's correct. I mean,
Okay.
I think the concern was if they exit it, are they going to end up on Mill Pond Road? That's what, to that extent, Mr. Duckworth has some ability to control it in his contractual relations with his developers. He has the ability to put penalties in there. Can you absolutely guarantee it? Probably not. No more than your police can guarantee that nobody's going to adhere to all the rules of the road every second of the day. They're not going to be out there 24/7. But I'm sure Mr. Duckworth would tell you that he's going to be putting that provision in all of his contracts to make his people adhere to the requirements.
Understood, but most of these trucks are probably going to be coming from the quarry up near going towards Doylestown. And as we know, these truck drivers are paid by the load, and they like to get back and forth as quick as possible. So I don't really know if you can guarantee that they're not going to go down Mill Pond Road, because these guys want bigger paychecks and they want more loads. And the quickest way to get there is not to go out, make a U-turn and come back and go onto the bypass, but to go down Mill Pond Road. Well, yeah, at this moment, they can't even make a U-turn. But my question is, how are you going to really enforce that these truck drivers do not take Mill Pond Road? And on the way back, if Mill Pond Road is the quickest access, with a load of rocks or whatever they're carrying, come down Mill Pond Road in the other direction? How would you, I mean, I'm just curious as how you would police that.
I think, Mr. Calabro, the answer is you can't guarantee that, and I think I've said that 3 or 4 different ways. To the extent that Mr. Duckworth can control it, he will.
But you just mentioned something, he would control it because of contractual reasons. Is he going to fire the truck drivers or the company that employs them? I mean, that's basically
To my
the only
knowledge,
way you can
we're not
handle
that
a
far along.
contractual situation.
The way other clients of mine have done it in the past, and I'm not speaking for Mr. Duckworth, is they put provisions in there for fining the violators, and it generally has worked. But can you guarantee it? No, you can't guarantee anything.
Would they pay a penalty of some sort, or?
We would endeavor to impose some kind of fine. I'm trying to find the actual language here in the stipulation that explains this, but this was a topic that was discussed and negotiated during the stipulation. We're comfortable inserting appropriate language into our contracts to prevent construction vehicles from using Mill Pond Road. And, we will do our best to keep eyes on that, but at the same time, of course, the township's police would also be helpful in that regard. And we will cooperate with the township in the enforcement of this part of our agreement.
And there might be some neighbors watching too, so,
And we
can use
welcome
our
that too.
phones.
We welcome that too. I mean, Eagle Ridge, I fully anticipate we will have open lines of communication with them throughout the entire process.
It's paragraph 13 on page 22.
Thank you.
I have 3 or 4 questions. And I think I understand this, but again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an engineer, or a PennDOT traffic engineer. When PennDOT asked you for a more complete package and a resubmission, that's just a procedural, on the PennDOT letter of July 2nd.
Right.
So once the comments have been addressed, and then there's 4 pages of comments, please resubmit the application and associated material.
Right.
As purely a procedural thing, they're not saying.
That's what they always say. They don't say, that's the next step, submit the application and resubmit the application with the additional comments addressed. And that's the next step in the proceeding.
There's a preliminary, and then there's.
Hasn't been done yet.
Okay. My other question is related to the again, the outriggers, how do they work?
How do the outriggers work?
Yes.
I'm not a fireman,
No.
but my understanding that on these large, especially the ladder trucks, on each side, they have outriggers, and it's spread approximately 18 feet. I don't think it's 20. I think it's about 18, which is why the stipulation goes to 20.
Gotcha.
And they provide stability when the ladders go up.
When the ladder's extended. Okay. Do we have them located on the plans where that's going to be? Looking at it, alleys A, B, and C.
Today,
for one.
no. Before you sign the final plan, yes.
What's that? I'm sorry.
That's why we're having the meeting next week with the Emergency Services Director.
Mr. Duckworth, do you have no idea of where these
Pallets are going to be needed.
are going to be?
We have locations identified preliminarily, and we'd want to work with the emergency services.
Can you put up the plan, a sketch to show us technically where they would be in regards to what your assumption is?
I'd be happy to point to give you a sense of where.
Okay, that would be great.
I'm guessing it would be wherever there's 15-foot streets, there are some,
That was one of the questions.
25-foot
There
streets.
was question, is it all six of the locations or only one? And the answer was all six, providing it on each of those streets.
Okay. Yeah, the camera's catching it.
Oh, thank you, John. That's outstanding. Thank you for bearing with me. So, the entrance boulevard has two one-way lanes that are each 15 feet in width. So, what we will do, say for these two homes here, identified as lots 48 and 49, we would locate these concrete outrigger pads between the curb and sidewalk at a location to be approved by your emergency services director. It would provide for a full 20 feet to accommodate the outriggers. And the idea is that these would appear on the roads that have the 15-foot condition, which is not all the roads, and located in a way to provide access to every home. So the condition would be very similar to what you might see like a lead walk, so a sidewalk that runs from the front door out to the curb. So we, of course, will have proper sidewalks, but that 5-foot distance, which separates the sidewalk from the curb customarily, we will bridge that essentially with this concrete pad. So it looks like a natural feature of the community and not something that's unusual or unattractive.
And I'm guessing at the alleys are all 15 foot. Is there going to need it there?
Yeah, so the alleys, there's only 3 conditions like this in the area here on the lower right, in the upper right, and then here in the lower left.
Okay. Have you had to reconfigure plantings, trees, whatever, in addition to accommodate that?
We've agreed that we would relocate any street trees that create a conflict with the best location for emergency services.
Because you don't want a ladder going up into a tree.
Exactly. So, right, we need to think through the swing of the ladder and the plan of attack for the firefighters, and so hence, why we need that interaction and refinement. But, the plan otherwise, is faithful to the plan described in the stipulation agreement, and this is a refinement that we'll take on now to satisfy these safety concerns.
One last question, and then a quick comment. The truck, again, I'm not a traffic engineer, the truck turning schemes that you had looked like they worked, but it was, the trucks would need to impinge over to the right to make that left turn, and then when they get over, you have limited parking on the street, so the trucks can accommodate those.
Just a reminder, Mr. Fisher, that came up while we were negotiating the stipulation. You required a truck turning template.
Yep.
It was reviewed by your engineers, and it is a part of the settlement stipulation that we have to implement the streets. We demonstrated that the turning templates would work, and that's part of the settlement stipulation.
And there are some marked accordingly where there's no parking.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes.
That's okay.
The plan has been marked with parking, no parking, so that that truck turning template plan can be met. That's right.
And those are all already on the plan?
Plan was already done that way.
Okay.
Yes, and it's included in the final plan set.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the set you have in front of you tonight already has those
Yeah.
areas demonstrated.
One last, I know it was one, but it's part of the question. Will you have signage both at those turning those turning lanes, but also around the pods? Because you wouldn't want a car to be too close to the pod where you're going to extend the.
That was one of the issues in the emergency services review.
Yep.
And we had sent them a plan highlighting where the no parking fire lanes would be needed, and we agreed to install no parking signage along all areas that were indicated on the drawing. That was submitted already to the fire marshal.
Okay. And those aren't, because the pads aren't on the plans yet, those markings would not be on the plans yet either.
My apologies, Mr. Fisher, I didn't quite understand what you had asked earlier, but in every case, the concrete pad is located on the side of the road where parking would not be permitted.
Okay. All right. So generally, I would want, I think it's been mentioned here before, I'd want to see the engineers review the final, those additions to the plan, and I'd like to see it in writing and on the plans.
In every
Before we
case,
get too
that's
much
always the case. I can't ever remember a plan that you haven't approved subject to compliance with or satisfaction of all the review comments.
Yes.
You're not signing plans tonight. This is no different than the procedure that you follow with respect to every final plan that you've ever approved in this township in the last 50 years.
Thank you.
I do have one more question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
The entrance, the access road, has got a funny angle to it. Have you given any consideration to how you're going to get equipment in there for construction, like trailers with heavy earth moving and whatnot? Is that an angle that the curve as you go right off of 532 when you go in?
I know that the existing road is 30 feet wide, and the existing curvature of the road, I think right before it meets Buck Road, is an existing condition that can accommodate the construction vehicles we anticipate.
Okay, so you think it'll work?
And PennDOT is reviewing, of course, improvements to that actual intersection with Buck Road and the service road, which will be designed to accommodate the same vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get back to those pads for the outrigger? Mr. Duckworth, you had pointed out where it was going to be. Is it going to be along the roadway? And you said on the side where there's not the home, but...
Where there's not parking,
Where there's
Mr.
not
Calabro.
parking, okay. How would these be installed? And I think it may have come up before, but would they be concrete based, and would it be encased maybe in a metal encasing and concrete placed into it to make it kind of a little bit more secure than just putting a pad on the grass? I mean, why don't you kind of explain how this procedure would go about?
Mr. Duckworth may be able to answer your question specifically, but what I can tell you is the International Fire Code does not require that. It only requires a hard surface. It does not have specs that apply. So I think Mr. Duckworth will tell you he'd be more than happy to work with the fire marshal on the particular specification, but that is not a part of the International Fire Code. It provides only for a hard surface.
Now, if it's only on one side, and the outriggers, I'm assuming, spread out, how's it secure on the other side?
In the roadway, the cartway.
It's going to be in the roadway.
That's where it is every case. I mean, if I were going to if I had to go 20 feet wide on my driveway, it would be part of my driveway. It's only required to be a hard surface. In fact, it doesn't even specify it has to be paved in the fire code itself.
And being that there are two different levels, how is it going to be level when these outriggers go out?
I'm not an expert on these ladder trucks, but my understanding is the outriggers are adjustable.
Okay.
Because of course, roads have grade and are crowned, and so they need to have the flexibility to adjust the circumstances.
Okay. Now, again, maybe I misunderstood, but are you going to have these placed in different locations or consistent with the whole development?
We provided a typical, which we were hoping to replicate uniformly throughout the community, but we need to compare the landscape plan on a case-by-case basis with your emergency services staff to make sure we avoid conflicts. But the idea is that it's predictable, uniform on all of these road conditions.
Okay. How many fire hydrants would be throughout the development? Fire hydrants, yeah.
I don't recall the number, but as many as were requested, and I think we relocated, adjusted 2 of the locations of hydrants.
Okay. Because I kept hearing this statement that these pads were going to be strategically located. And I kind of have a problem with that because a fire doesn't happen strategically. So will these pads be placed where a fire truck would have access to the closest fire hydrant and also be able to reach whatever home may be in that particular distance? Because you've got to, from the top to the bottom is quite a distance. If the pads are at the top and there's a fire at the bottom, that would pose a problem.
Well, let me suggest to you, number one, I believe the International Fire Code does specify distances, that there should be access within a certain number of feet, and what that number is of every occupied house. I'm sure your fire marshal is going to, since he's asked for the 20-foot improvement, he's going to want to make sure that they're located in conformity with the requirements of the fire code, which specify a particular distance. It doesn't say you have to have this in front of every house. It says that you have to have such an access point. You don't have to have a hard surface in front of every house. You have to have a hard surface within a certain number of feet of every house. There's probably an expert in the room somewhere who can articulate it better than I, but I believe that I am speaking correctly.
No, and I appreciate you keep quoting the fire code, but when somebody's house is burning, they're not going to grab the fire code and take a look at the particulars that are in there. This is a matter of public safety, like anything else.
Which is why you adopted the fire code.
We just want to make sure, so we should give every resident a copy of the fire code to make sure that they're knowledgeable about that?
No, but that's why you have your plan reviewed by your EMS people.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have the engineers review the pads as well.
Oh, yeah. How tall would the buildings be?
Well, I think your height limitation is 35 feet under the ordinance, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Maybe, Chief Forsythe, can you come up for a second, if possible? I'm just...
Yes, sir.
In the case of a fire in the 35-foot tall townhome or whatever it may be, how often would you use a ladder truck? That you would need the outriggers? Would it be all the time if such a thing were to happen? Hopefully it never happens, but I'm just saying, what is your idea about how these outriggers should be placed and where they should be?
Our normal procedure is our ladder truck is set up on every dwelling fire, just in case we have to make a rescue. Myself and Tim Chamberlain have talked to Mr. Duckworth through correspondence, And I think where they're suggesting to put them, it fits into our plan because we take into consideration the offset of the road and how high the building is for the placement of our apparatus. So with working with Mr. Van Lubany and Mr. Duckworth, we are satisfied with what they're recommending because we will have the offset and we will be able to make the reach to the property dwellings.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to quote anything from the fire code, or?
No, I think Mr. Van Lubany is pretty much on the money.
There you go.
They've been very helpful to us. As they said, they repositioned some fire hydrants for us, so it makes it easier for us.
Well, I didn't get an answer on how many fire hydrants there are within the community.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I can tell you they're about 500 feet apart.
Okay.
Which a lot of times the developers are reluctant to do that, but it's much easier for us to have a fire hydrant 500 feet apart. So that's the way we go, and the developers have been very cooperative with us.
Okay. While the chief is up there, does anybody have any questions before I go on? Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
You may be recalled at any time. Let's see, what else? In regards to, I'll go back, and I know it's a hot topic, but I want to go back to the U-turn and PennDOT. Now, from what I understand, PennDOT has not really officially approved this U-turn because they haven't done studies yet. Is that correct?
Well, they haven't had a permit application on which they had to act. They essentially had a preliminary study, which is the way they work. There was a scoping application done a long time ago. It was modified now and resubmitted as part of the, in accordance with the stipulation, to include the point of access study, and refined in connection with, to reflect exactly what the stipulation said. That was what was reviewed. But that is...
They have given their opinion that that's what
They have given their opinion.
But they have not approved it.
It hasn't been fully engineered. That is correct.
Now I'll give you a hypothetical, and I know maybe you don't like hypotheticals, but if PennDOT were not to approve this, if they were to say, hey, we're wrong, this thing stinks, we're not going to put a U-turn in, what happens then? What are your options? What is Mr. Duckworth's options? How is he going to do, how's he going to access, or not access, he could get in through the service road, but how is he going to, what's his selling point to people buying those homes that can't make a left-hand turn? Is he going to tell them to go down Mill Pond Road? Is the salesperson sitting in the trailer going to give those instructions? How are you going to proceed if PennDOT comes through and says, this is insanity, we're not going to do it? What is your options?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to go there, Mr. Calabro, because we haven't thought that out. We have, based on the
Wasn't
review...
it something you should have thought out?
No, it is not something we should have
No,
thought out.
you're not thinking 4 or 5 steps ahead?
No, because frankly, we all got as far as we could go in the stipulation. If you had wanted to go there, we probably would have had to address it with you and think it through. The point of it is, right now, we have 4 accesses that are approved pursuant to this plan. If none of those 4 are approved, Arcadia is at risk, and we have to figure out what the next course of action is. And then probably we're going to be back in litigation with you down the road. But right now, we're not there. We don't expect that to happen, Mr. Calabro.
Well, let's anticipate. You always got to anticipate.
Why would we
the worst-case
anticipate
scenario.
something when they've said that this is a viable option? Why would we anticipate that?
But it has not been technically fully approved by PennDOT yet.
But they've said it's viable. It's up to us now to engineer it in such a way that they will approve it, which we anticipate.
Are you telling me that now you are in the head of PennDOT and you know exactly what they're going to do?
No.
Because I don't think that is something you would want to admit right here.
We haven't thought.
I am asking the question.
We know the same. We know exactly what you know,
I'm
Mr. Calabro.
asking the question is, if this is not approved, what is Mr. Duckworth's options? What will he do? And I think he's standing next to you. I'm assuming he can answer the question. Unless you read his mind also, I have no idea. But maybe Mr. Duckworth.
No, but I think I know how to answer the question, but I'll let him speak.
I mean, we're proceeding as we're required to under the stipulation, and we will take the PennDOT process as far as it will go. Given the letter, it describes that option 4 is the only acceptable option. That language suggests to me that it is reasonable to assume that a highway occupancy permit is attainable for that option. So at this point, we haven't developed alternatives to that. We're focused on our requirements under the stipulation.
Okay, so in other words, if they were to decline it, you don't even have, what are you gonna do? You're gonna, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but are you gonna?
Mr. Chairman, I think you know that I've spent a great deal of time exploring all manner of options. You know, PennDOT's preference was to go to Mill Pond Road. That was rejected, of course, by the two homeowners associations. We would have loved to have had a bypass access. You know, we really went, you know, even before we submitted our traffic impact study. I think you may know that I reached out to the township to say this is the moment where we need to rally support from elected officials, the township, as well as Representative Warren and Senator Santisero. I conducted a board meeting with the Eagle Ridge HOA and said this is the moment where you need to write your letters, you need to exercise support, because the opinion of a developer doesn't carry as much weight as the opinion of the people. So I, too, am disappointed by this outcome. We gave it a good faith effort, and we will continue through the required PennDOT process. I think at this point, we should stick to that process before we explore other alternatives, which may not be realistic at this juncture.
Okay. Just a final question in regards to this U-turn. Has PennDOT ever approved such a maneuver in any other town, any other county of our size, that they can show us proof that this is a viable way to navigate your car to go in another direction, a U-turn? Or are we now the guinea pig for this? That I'll just have to say, God forbid there's some sort of accident or fatality there. Everyone's going to look at Newtown, which basically, and I understand they're going to look at Newtown, they're going to probably look at the Board of Supervisors, but my fingers, all of them, are going to be pointing at that gentleman that sits up in PennDOT. And I want to know if PennDOT has had, and don't tell me like Sullivan County, which has one light in the whole county. I want to know of a county that is, you know, is it in Montgomery County, Chester County, and in a town of our size, of 20,000 residents, and on a roadway that is probably one of the major roadways in the township, is there a study that can be provided to us from PennDOT that we can see if this is a safe and viable way to navigate your car?
Mr. Calabro, I think you know the answer to your question, is that the township, if that is a concern, should write the letter to PennDOT and ask PennDOT. There's no way that Mr. Duckworth or I could possibly know the answer to that question. But you are always a part of the PennDOT process. And if you have concerns of that nature, the township, in my opinion, has every right under this stipulation to ask those questions. Because if one of the other options is approved because you write the letter, as Mr. Duckworth said, that's what we prefer. We'd rather go to one of the options ourselves.
Well, we did ask the question of the gentleman from PennDOT.
Well, then.
And he was adamant that the U-turn was the best way, of which no one else said the U-turn was the best way. Just this gentleman who probably doesn't even drive through Newtown, because I'd like him to direct traffic at the U-turn. As a matter of fact, I'd like to name the U-turn after him. So when people make the U-turn, they could see his name constantly. Because, and I know even Mr. Duckworth thinks that this is not a good situation, but this is the hand that has been dealt to him and dealt to us too.
I was just going to say, it was dealt to you, that's right.
But I just want to know, is PennDOT again making us the tester of this particular maneuver, which in that case, I think that this gentleman has basically rammed it down our throats and was not really going to consider any other option because he knew that this option was already taken care of. And in that case, I think that we were prejudiced by this guy, this particular person, because he came into meetings and he didn't want to be at meetings to discuss this. And I just think it's appalling that a higher up in PennDOT would even consider such a dangerous maneuver. Because the one thing I didn't see in any of your waivers was a waiver of public safety. And this is a matter of public safety. And that man should have, I hate to say, but this guy shouldn't be able to sleep at night. It's a disgusting situation.
I do want to remind you, Mr. Calabro, and I think you said it, but I'm not sure how many people heard you say it, that it was a hand that we were dealt, and you were dealt the same hand. PennDOT built the service road and turned it over to you. It is a township road. You impose conditions, or your predecessor board imposed conditions on the number of trips that could utilize the service road. And as we said from the very beginning, we don't even need a permit because we don't directly access Buck Road. All of what we've done here is in an attempt to address the concerns, and we're not suggesting that some of the concerns aren't legitimate, but to address the concerns that, frankly, we never had an obligation to address, but were legitimate from a matter of public health and safety. Mr. Duckworth is concerned about his future residents. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars already to try to address this, and if this plan is approved, it'll probably be close to seven figures to make the improvements that are required, that we've essentially volunteered to make in the interest of addressing your concerns. That's not the hand that because we were trying to address the hand that we were dealt, which is we're coming out on a township service road that happens to intersect a state highway, and we've basically agreed to help the township address a safety concern that we didn't create. And I think Mr. Duckworth has bent over backwards, probably going a lot further than a number of other developers would have gone.
I just find it ironic that that intersection at one time was outlawed for a U-turn by PennDOT. PennDOT put up no U-turn signs. There might still be one up there now. And all of a sudden, they deemed it a safe maneuver. I can't get over that.
Well, there are improvements that are to be made in order to make it a safe improvement. It's not like they're just taking their sign down and saying, just make the move that we told you can't make. There are improvements at that intersection that PennDOT has preliminarily at least determined will make that U-turn movement safe. And there are significant improvements, including changes to the traffic signal that will provide that movement can be made in safety. Right now, there's no control down there that gives those people the safe ability to make that turning movement. All of that is part of the implementation of the plan that was described in the study.
I still don't think a U-turn is a safe maneuver to go in either direction. But, you could pick me up a couple times and we'll take a ride and we'll go around that U-turn.
I know that intersection well. I grew up within 200 yards of it, so before there was an intersection.
Well, then pick me up. We'll test it out. We'll go around it at like 5:30 in the afternoon when the work traffic is coming in. If you think it's that safe,
Well, you haven't been there after the improvements have been made, Mr. Calabro.
I don't care what improvements are going to be there. You can't tell me a U-turn is a safe maneuver. A U-turn to me is somebody making a left turn, and all of a sudden they say, "Oh, I'm going in the wrong direction," and they make a U-turn. No one intentionally goes to make a U-turn, but in this case, they are going to because PennDOT has deemed it safe, of which they prior had deemed it not safe, and it just doesn't make sense.
I think your traffic engineer would tell you the PennDOT manual does have provisions for U-turns, and U-turns are permitted, recognized as a permitted traffic movement under certain articulated circumstances and criteria. That's all I can say. This isn't the only U-turn that's going to be legal in the state of Pennsylvania.
I kind of don't want to belabor the point, but I'm interested in the process of getting the permit. And again, getting more resident involvement in that process, because I just got an email from somebody in the Newtown Crossing HOA. He's talking about their application to be an intervener in discussions with PennDOT and Arcade. Can you tell me what an intervener is?
Yeah, an intervener is someone who is not the party making the application or the party that decides the application, but a party who can demonstrate a legitimate concern or interest and who will be affected by the permit. In this case, when Eagle Ridge asked to intervene back in the summer of 2019, if I remember right, Arcadia agreed and stipulated to that intervention. I know Mr. Harris asked us within the last several months for consent to the intervention of
Newtown Crossing?
no, the other side of the road, Crown Point.
Crown Point.
We agreed to that. We've also indicated that we would be happy to consent to the intervention of Newtown Crossing.
So
we
they
have never opposed the intervention of any community association. In fact, we have supported
I don't know
it.
what the application process is, but they said they applied in April, and to date, they have not been approved. You know why that might be?
No idea, because we had indicated we'd be willing to support the application.
So what do you suggest that they do?
I'm sure PennDOT will grant it. There's no reason that they would not.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing the application, I'll be quite honest, but I think I said that at the Planning Commission meeting. But if and when we're asked, if we haven't already agreed, we would certainly consent. I don't know the status of the application.
All right, thank you.
But the other two associations are already parties, and as I said, the township is automatically a party to that.
When you say the township, you don't mean like I could go and...
No, but the
do that.
township as an official party, as a board, as a body, has a seat at the table. I think your engineer would confirm that PennDOT doesn't do much without asking for the township to give him an opportunity to comment.
So we would have our engineer be an intervener or whatever?
If you're not automatically an intervener because it's an action that's going to be in your township, and I don't know the official action there, I don't think you have to intervene. I think you're already at the table, but Liana may disagree.
I mean, yeah, we can be involved in that correspondence moving forward, obviously. Yep.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I will open questions from the public. If you'd like to come up and ask any questions of Mr. Duckworth or Mr. Van Louvenay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions for the applicant. I have comments relative to the board. Good evening. My name is Andrea Ahern, and I live in Eagle Ridge, where I am also the finance chair for the Eagle Ridge Homeowners Association. And as such, I just wanted to add a couple comments to the information that Mr. Van Louvenay shared with the board this evening about the letter from Steve Harris. That letter was not sanctioned by Eagle Ridge. Mr. Harris penned that letter on his own accord. He felt as though that Mr. Sander was vilified by the residents at the February board meeting and wanted to send a letter to this board to that effect. And I can tell you that there were no billable hours associated with penning that letter that were on the invoice that we received from Mr. Harris. In reference to Arcadia, I learned about this development project while hearing concerns from fellow Eagle Ridge residents and more recently at Board of Supervisors meetings, most notably those in December and February where Arcadia was on the agenda. As noticed at those meetings, myself along with many residents share a passion for smart, transparent, and inclusive planning for all development projects, including Arcadia. After listening, learning, and reviewing various materials related to this project and conversations here tonight, it is clear that the traffic plans are incomplete and have not been finalized by PennDOT. Simply stated, this project is not ready for final land development approval. The letter from PennDOT, as we've discussed at length this evening, dated July 2nd of this year, is not an actual approval, but rather a review, which was returned to the applicant for revisions prior to PennDOT continuing its evaluation and subsequently extending its approval or denial. This very simply begs the following questions. How can the Township Board grant final approval without definitive confirmation from PennDOT about the U-turn? Additionally, how does the Township Board grant final approval knowing PennDOT previously denied a U-turn at this exact location in about 2017, I believe, under another proposed project? Without these questions answered, how then can the Township Board of Supervisors confidently state, without hesitation, that the proper amount of due diligence has occurred to extend intelligent and professional votes on this matter? While asking these questions, which I have stated require important final answers before the Township approval, I would also like to offer the following solutions in an effort to bridge these gaps in finalizing the traffic plan. Recently, the chairman suggested at last month's Board of Supervisors meeting that residents should reach out directly to Fran Haney from PennDOT with any questions or concerns regarding the U-turn. In the spirit of that recommendation, I would respectfully ask the chairman and the members of this board to assist in fostering a meeting between the residents and PennDOT so that we can share concerns specifically related to this U-turn. Also, I personally reached out to Senator Santacero's office to determine if the senator could put all interested parties in contact with PennDOT and or provide some guidance on how we can better work together to resolve some resident concerns surrounding the obvious traffic and safety issues. I'm waiting to hear back from the senator's office or his staff on that matter. As you can plainly see, the township and the residents have some unanswered but very important questions. I'm hopeful that by raising these concerns, as well as those offered by my fellow residents in prior meetings, demonstrates enough to the Township Board of Supervisors that this plan is simply not ready to be voted on, and assist in facilitating a meeting between PennDOT, the Township, the residents, and Arcadia to ensure that all traffic plans are finalized before board approval. I personally thank you for your time and your consideration, and I am more than willing to work with the interested parties to find a mutual and reasonable solution for this important development project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name's Greg Zarnota, C-Z-A-R-N-O-T-A, Newtown Grand. Now, I'm here just because, well, first of all, I want to thank the lady that was here before me that blew away all the smoke, because that's all we've been hearing for the last hour and a half is smoke. Oh, PennDOT, man, they may like this. Where in Bucks County do they have a designated U-turn area for a development? Tell me where. You guys can't, because there's no such thing, ever. He wants to talk about to our fire chief about, yeah, you can do these pads and stuff like that, but to whose benefit and who maintains it? How about they widen the streets, because we're going to get them anyway down the road. We're going to get those streets on us because they'll be dedicated to us. Why not widen the streets from the beginning? It'll be a private street? Their HOA will take care of it? Snow plow and the roadway and everything else? Okay, glad to hear that, because we don't need any more burdens on the taxpayers that are now picking up for other people. This process with Arcadia, I mean, this is beyond belief. I'll bet you nobody up here has ever voted and not voted and re-voted on one housing division over the last 3 years. And now they got all kinds of stipulations. They didn't stipulate with me. They didn't stipulate with the board. Well, we'll stipulate with this HOA and that HOA. Well, guess what? They do not control the streets. They do not control the U-turns. And then if PennDOT tells these people that they have to take a U-turn and make a left on that street, that's totally bizarre. It's against everything that PennDOT says and does. It's the facts. So this has just been another exercise in futility. And my guess is that we'll be back here another year from now going over the same things because now they found a way to bridge it or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not a good development location. It's not good for the neighborhood. It's not good for Newtown Township. And it's not good for the taxpayers. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. He's put a lot of money into that, and I understand that. But he should have not jumped into it before he had all the facts, what he could and couldn't do. And like I said, this is, my opinion. I'm going to be back here with Toll Brothers when they start to put that development in over on what's the road? Durham Road and Twining Bridge Road. I mean, we cannot let developers run rampant. We just can't. There's not that much left of us. I mean, if they take all the ground, then what? They're going to pave over paradise? That's what it seems like they're looking to do. So we can't give them that chance. Please vote this down.
Thank you.
Dennis Schoner, I'm with Eagle Ridge. I've been involved in this for the, 2015 through Arcadia 1, 2, and 3 and going on. U-turn has always been a sore thumb, big time. Every plan that I see still talks about a sedan making that U-turn. Nothing with larger pickup trucks, anybody else doing those U-turns. I spoke out against the U-turns a long time ago, so I'm not going to rehash that. The one comment I did want to make, there's still a lot. The preference on the settlement agreement was always the bypass. It was the preferred option. All the talk about PennDOT. My understanding, the PennDOT procedure, it goes through a review with District 6. I think it's Mr. Dennehy, or Henry, I forget his name. But my understanding was that was going to be peeled up to the state level through PennDOT, not staying with the District 6, and looking at trying to get PennDOT support from the state level for the highway access. I'm very disappointed that I'm hearing PennDOT is going back to, sounds like District 6 decision, and it was never pushed up to the state level. And I don't know if the township has been involved in any of that or has been copied on any correspondence between District 6 and Harrisburg. I know as an intervener, I have not seen any of it. I don't know if the township has seen any of it. And the whole question of where PennDOT gets the U-turn, I agree with all the prior comments. It's not acceptable for PennDOT to ram that down the residents' throats. So, just want to say my piece one last time. If you have any questions or comments or responses, I'd appreciate
I think you put it well. Thank you.
Greg Garber, Newtown Crossing. First, I have a request to the board. Can we put speakers in the rear of the room? I can't hear what's going on here at all. So some of my questions may be redundant. Arcadia. Some quick questions, either to Arcadia builders or to the board. If and when they get an approval, okay, when would that be? How, would that be, if they get an approval in 6 months, how fast could they start building?
That would be the builders.
Once you get, if you get approval, how long will it take you to start? Ballpark. How long would it take you to build 60 units?
We're anticipating construction to take about 2 years.
Do all 60? Okay. On your diagram here, which are the last houses to be built?
We haven't yet determined that. We have not yet determined that.
Okay. Point of my question is, right now, we're looking at this U-turn. Let's say PennDOT approves it. Let's say a year or two down the road, we have too many accidents, then we have a fatal accident. What's the option then? Do we shut them down? Or do we go in, which I feared 10 years ago, and condemn Newtown Crossing's land and put that damn road back onto Mill Pond again? Can you guarantee me that won't happen? Big possibility, I think, in my mind.
Stipulation.
Nobody wants to talk about it, but
The applicant will not ever consider putting a road through from the development to Mill Pond through either Eagle Ridge Community
woods.
Association Open Space or Newtown Crossing Community Association Open Space.
okay, that'll never happen.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Jay McGuigan, Newtown Crossing. I'd be an adjacent neighbor. The first goal of government at any level is to provide for the safety of the people who are your constituents at every level. And that's what we're talking about a lot tonight. And that's the reason why this parcel is still undeveloped all these years when Newtown is such a desirable place to build. There certainly was an abundance of information about this parcel out there prior to the purchase by this applicant. All right? Through the course of this saga, we've learned that given the number of homes, the traffic study provided, I believe, had somewhere about 650 additional trips per day onto a location that we all know is already bustling with traffic all day long. It was actually cited, if any of you remember, back in the Hovnanian decision by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, safety was a paramount issue in that decision by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court when that same parcel was proposed to be developed then. And that was the concern of the judges. One of the things that they cited there was something that was actually, it's in the decision if you choose to read it, and I invite you to, that U-turns are, according to the Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Code, not permitted without 500 feet of visible access. Given the dip of Diamond Drive, when you're sitting there at the light, you do not have 500 feet of access. Whether PennDOT chooses to waive that requirement, looking at the options available for this development, is really irrelevant, even if they approve it, because it doesn't mitigate the safety issue. The reason that the Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Code has that provision in there is to provide for safety. Okay? So whether or not it is PennDOT, the people who happen to sit on the board for whatever reasons they sit on there today, if they waive it or not, safety is still an issue. That's why they wrote that into the code. It was mentioned about truck traffic going on Mill Pond Road. Another safety issue. The construction traffic, obviously you can't control who does what. I get that. In the middle of the day, we have kindergartners being picked up and dropped off. So construction trucks leaving that, you never know what people are going to do. Just today at 12:34 p.m., right in front of the no U-turn sign, I had to slam on my brakes to stop from hitting someone doing a U-turn on Mill Pond Road. So people do it, cutting through all the time. All right? So these access issues have been there for decades. Nothing's been a surprise. As they say, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And I know that a massive amount of money and time has been devoted to all this, but that doesn't change the basic premise that this is not a safe way to develop this area. Until the key safety questions are answered, until maybe a reasonable volume of traffic is provided, I urge you to read the decision from the Hovnanian decision, so you see that it's not just the residents, but an authority, legal authority from the state. I urge you to table your vote to at least consider other factors, to think this through at a higher level. Because what it feels like we're trying to do is take something we know doesn't work and fit the square peg into a round hole just because we have these legal maneuvers that we're all trying to make and, work with PennDOT to try to make this work somehow. But it's not going to get rid of these safety concerns and the extra volume on what is already a road that is much too highly traveled. Whether or not improvements are made, it's still going to be a large volume of traffic. Thank you.
Anyone else have public comment? Okay. Mr. Sander, how are we to proceed?
I don't know if what Mr. Van Leuven is retaken the. I don't know if there's any responses that the applicant may want to make to some of the comments that we've heard, and then we can.
I only want to make one comment, and that is that what we've heard is that you shouldn't approve this because the access provisions are not resolved, and by court order, you are required to act on this regardless of whether the access issues are finally resolved. That's the process we negotiated. You negotiated it so that Arcadia would fund the effort to try to give you a seat, give the residents a seat at the table with PennDOT to try to convince PennDOT and the regulatory authorities to do something other than approving the U-turn. But that has nothing to do with the action before you tonight. There's a court order that says that you'll act on the final plan without regard to whether PennDOT has given a permit approval yet. That's your obligation. There's a court order out there. We agree to continue to work with you. Mr. Duckworth said that to you today. But the stipulation that you approved and which the court approved and which Newtown Eagle Ridge approved and resolved all litigation in response to it requires that you take action on the plan, notwithstanding the fact that the PennDOT access provision has not been resolved. That's all I'm going to remind you of. Here's a court order.
Court order, then why don't we just walk away from this right now? You guys still can either table this or can vote it down, and then we can proceed from there. We can do all that.
Well, we'll proceed. We'll have our solicitor fill us in.
Mr. Chairman, I will frame a motion for the board's consideration. It would be a motion to grant final plan approval for.
Before you do that, can you explain to the board what, basically what our duties are tonight? And I'll say the primary duty is to the residents of Newtown Township, but we hear all the legal words going on here. Can you just let this board know what we have in store for us with tonight's decision or lack of decision?
Well, the settlement agreement does govern this proceeding. The settlement agreement requires Arcadia to file their final plan and to make that final plan in substantial compliance with the settlement plan that was attached to the settlement agreement. It also provides that the four options for access to the development be diligently prosecuted by the applicant and sets forth an order of preference for those four access options. Preference number one being the direct access to the bypass. There were two others that involved left turns out of the development, one with a signal relocation, and then the fourth option was the U-turn. Unfortunately, and I think everybody shares the sentiment, PennDOT made an initial determination that they were not interested in options 1, 2, or 3, and that option number 4 is at least viable, subject to the applicant submitting additional engineered plans and studies in the context of their highway occupancy permit application. Eagle Ridge, I'm sure, and I believe Crown Point and maybe Newtown Crossing are parties to the PennDOT proceeding, and the township is a party by virtue of it being the municipality in which this project is located. The settlement agreement is clear that the obtaining of a final plan approval and the pursuit of the highway occupancy permit and signal permit, if required, for this development can run concurrently. In other words, you don't have to have one before you have the other. So that if the final plan that was submitted meets all of the requirements of the settlement agreement, including the zoning ordinance provisions that were stated in the settlement agreement, the saldo provisions that were stated in the settlement agreement, and is in substantial compliance with the plan that was attached to the settlement agreement, then the law says that it must be approved, and that's the general law of approving any preliminary or final land development plan. The absence of obtaining or having in hand a permit from an outside agency has been clearly held numerous times not to be a valid reason for denial of a plan. The way you do that to ensure that that permit or approval will be obtained is to condition approval of the plan on the applicant obtaining those permits, so that a condition of approval of the final plan would be that the applicant ultimately obtain a highway occupancy permit, all applicable DEP permits, conservation district approval, any of the other agencies that have jurisdiction over this project, they would have to obtain those permits prior to the signing of final plans and they're being recorded. So that's how you handle something like this where you don't have everything in hand yet. If you deny and state in the denial letter that the reason is because you don't have a PennDOT highway occupancy permit, the court will 100% overturn that decision because the case law is very clear that you must condition approval on receiving that permit. You cannot deny because of the failure to have that permit in hand. I don't know if that raises any other additional questions for the board, but that seems pretty clear as the law of this case.
If the board were to take no action, which, again, I just want to remind that no action doesn't mean it has been denied. If we were to take no action, are we up against I'll say a time clock of which action has to be taken, unless, of course, the applicant were to ask for an extension?
Correct.
What would our timeline be? And if we were not to make a decision prior to that timeline or on the day of that timeline, could you explain what happens?
Sure. I have consulted with Mr. Lewis, Township Manager, and he has advised me that the time limitation for the board to act on this plan, on this final plan, expires on August 31st of this year, which is in, 3 weeks from now or so. If the board does not take action tonight, you have a scheduled meeting on August 25th at which you can take action on the plan, or you can hold a special meeting between now and the end of the month, subject to the appropriate notice given for that special meeting. to make a decision as well. If we wait till the 31st, I've got to get Mr. Van Louveny and his client a very quick letter, either containing terms of approval or terms of denial if you make this decision on August 31st. So that's the time restrictions that the board is looking at right now.
And what happens if we just take no act, it becomes September 1st?
Right.
What happens?
If no action is taken, as we've all lived through, barely, in this case, the plan will be deemed approved for the board's failure to take action within the time required by the municipality's planning code, and it will be deemed approved without any conditions whatsoever, so that they will not have to comply with any of the review letters, the emergency services issues that we discussed, and you know, other administrative issues that we would add to a motion to approve if we made that motion.
Now, if there was a neglect of some of those letters, basically I'm going to say the emergency services letter, which to me, that holds a lot of weight. Is there something the township can do legally against this developer for not putting the safety of residents at hand?
Well, I think you've heard tonight, and we've received written correspondence from the applicant that the applicant intends to address all of the emergency services department's concerns, and a suggested condition will be not only to address all of the emergency services department's concerns, but to have the proposed outrigger pads approved by the township engineer for structural soundness, location, and ultimate, you know, whether trees will affect it, whether, you know, the ultimate placement of those pads. So that would be made a condition of approval rather than a reason to deny. Reasons to deny, according to the law, must cite to ordinance provisions, either of the zoning ordinance, the SALDO, or other applicable ordinances, such as a stormwater management ordinance, for example, with which the plan does not comply. Currently, you've heard the applicant state that, and it would be a condition of approval, that all of the review letters, including the Emergency Services Department correspondence, will be complied with, and you will not receive plans to sign, nor will they be released for recording until all of those professional consultants' letters have been completely signed off on by the consultants. So you don't grant final plan approval tonight, conditioned on these things, and have a shovel in the ground next week. They've got to go back, they've got to revise their plan to comply with all of the professional consultants' review letters, and they have to resubmit those plans to those consultants. The consultants review them again for compliance with whether they've met those letters. Often there are numerous, could be back and forth between the consultants and the developer before the plan is signed off on, and only then will the plan be presented to the board for signing and ultimately released to the applicant for recording. So this is not a one-and-done process. They've got to come back and meet all of those review letter requirements from our professionals and the Emergency Services Department.
In order to get our approval or a vote to have those conditions, is it common for those conditions to be addressed before we do that?
Well, it's common, the common practice is that a review letter is written. If there are any issues that the developer does not agree to comply with, they need to get worked out between the developer and either the board or staff before it comes. But we have our planner's review letter, we have our engineer's review letter, we have our traffic engineer's review letter, we have a Bucks County Planning Commission review letter, and we have the Emergency Services Department comments and correspondence. that we would condition approval on. When an applicant says they will comply with those provisions, plans won't be signed until they do comply with them. So, thus the basis of my recommendation.
Mr. Van Luva, are you going to ask for an extension?
No, I just want to briefly make sure that everybody understands where we are. First, Mr. Sander, in reciting that normal conditions are subject to approval by outside agencies, that is correct. In this case, however, a condition that final approval is subject to receipt of a PennDOT permit would not be an appropriate condition. That's already covered by the stipulation, so that is not a condition that would be acceptable to Arcadia, and I don't believe it's supported by the stipulation. There were another 6 comments that we discussed. You have a response letter from Arcadia dated June 7 of 2021. There were 6 comments that, in our opinion, the stipulation trumped the review comment. I believe that at the Planning Commission, we discussed every one of those, and my understanding was that the consultants did not disagree with our position that those 6 comments were covered by the stipulation. So, to that extent, those comments also are not will complies. We think that the comment is not applicable. I can probably find those 6 if I had to. I know we've reviewed them all at the Planning Commission meeting. And then we had the emergency services, which came up after the fact. But, for example, 11 and 12, on page 4 of our response letter, these were comments 11 and 12 of the Township Engineers Review Letter dealing with lots 26 and 27 and decks and patios. In our opinion, that was trumped by the stipulation, and the plan shows the plan is in compliance with the stipulation. The same is true with the retaining wall and post and rail fence stated to be located within the 30-foot Eagle Ridge setback. However, those units do not back up to Eagle Ridge and are not by definition in the Eagle Ridge setback, and the location of the retaining wall and post and rail fence are not in the Newtown crossing buffer. Those comments were not will complies. There were a couple of others going through here that were in the same ballpark that were duplicative. Let me just see if I can find them. I know there were comments that were suggested waivers. We made it clear at the Planning Commission meeting, this was in the CKS letter, where it suggested there would be waivers requested. We worked through that at the Planning Commission. This is on page 10 of our response letter, where we requested some approval to substitute plantings. It's not technically a waiver. Michelle Fountain indicated in one respect that she didn't approve, the second one she did approve, and the third one she said yes, and the fourth one she said no, and we said we're okay with that. So to some extent, I think we said we'll comply. We said we thought we had resolved everything at the Planning Commission meeting, and that's I thought perhaps there was a report of the discussion. I don't know what the minutes reflect, but
well, Mr. Van Luva, let me ask you, if a condition of approval is that the applicant comply with all comments in those review letters, is that objectionable? And if so...
Yes, it is, because in some cases it suggested that we do something that is not in conformity with the stipulation.
Well, how are we going to know?
We outlined them all for you.
Okay,
now,
I don't have that.
Now, Mr. Sander, I'd be more than happy if you wanted to. You're going to be issuing a letter. I mean, I'm happy. You've got another meeting before you have to issue the approval letter, if I remember correctly, based on. Or normally, what we like to do, and it's again standard practice, is you draft a letter. I take a look at it. We can outline those issues for you, but we did resolve them all at the Planning Commission meeting. We went through each and every one of them. I can find my notes. I can go through them all for you tonight if you'd like. And Leanna was there because Michelle's not here, so she can't weigh in on her responses. But
well, I don't think then that, I mean, I've prepared a suggested motion. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but I prepared a suggested motion that required compliance with those review letters without any other detail as to, except for items this, and this, which are governed by the settlement agreement, or items this, and this, which are governed by the criteria set forth in the settlement agreement. I don't know how to go about framing a motion that would incorporate all of those specific items of which you're saying now.
The short way to do it would have been to approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission, to reapprove it subject to the recommendation of the Planning Commission, because we addressed all the issues, but I haven't seen the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Right. The recommendation of the Planning Commission does discuss some of the comments. It does talk about the CKS engineer's review letter, Section 2, comments 4 and 5, dealing with the nature of the appropriate trees to be planted in the development. The applicant indicated before the Planning Commission that this issue is now will comply. Okay, never mind. As to the RVE letter, dealing with Saldo comments 11 and 12, addressing the deck patio placement for units 26 and 27. The applicant's response represents a disagreement as to whether the deck patio are within the Eagle Ridge setback or whether the proposed retaining wall and post and rail fence are located within the 130-foot Eagle Ridge setback. And then it goes into section 114E, or it must be section Roman numeral 2.4E of the stipulation and settlement agreement. It talks about decks and patios on other units. I mean, this shows that it was discussed, but I don't have any clear understanding of exactly what was concluded enough to frame a motion here, and I don't know that it's good to just say, well, compliance with all the review letters except the ones you disagree with. I can't do that.
Well, I didn't think we had a disagreement between the staff and the applicant on those points, David. That's why I said.
Do you have any? I mean, maybe our engineer has comments on that.
I mean, regarding the two comments in our letter that we had regarding the patios, there was some discussion, and I understand what the intention was there. There was some clarity needed on the plans, so Holmes Cunningham indicated that they could clarify that buffer. So that would be satisfactory to me for those outstanding comments.
But if we say in a motion that the applicant is required to comply with all the comments in your letter of May 25th, 2021, is that accurate or inaccurate? I mean,
It's the same, it's not entirely accurate because they need, they need to clarify the plan to show that, the stipulation agreement is being met.
Okay.
Has the engineer ever reviewed the pad plan?
It's not been prepared yet.
Has the engineer ever
No, we
reviewed the
haven't.
pad plan?
Yeah, their formal plan hasn't been prepared yet or submitted, but we will review that
Okay.
once it comes in.
I mean, because I think that's an important,
Yes.
although I respect the opinion of the fire marshal, this is a technical procedure that I think our engineer should have reviewed and also given us a decision on this. I mean, we're talking again about, possibility of these outriggers coming in there, and we don't even have a pad plan review that we can look at.
That was what my line of questioning was all about.
And normally you wouldn't, because you just put it on the street, which would be constructed to township's criteria. But the only point is, when we went through our review letter, I didn't believe that there were any issues. I think 11 and 12, as Leanna said, were subject to resolution to our satisfaction without waiving the provisions of the stipulation. That's all we're saying, is by saying we'll comply, we are not agreeing that we are waiving any provision of the stipulation that would supersede the review comment. If we cover it that way, David, I'm fine.
I understand that. That's the board's situation. I mean,
I'm not sure that I understand that.
Neither do I.
The condition would be that the applicant shall comply with all of the review letters, subject to demonstrating to the engineer's satisfaction that an issue raised in the letter is otherwise addressed by the settlement agreement and governed by the settlement agreement, such that they don't have to comply with the actual comment itself.
And we're not asking you to waive any provision in the stipulation to your benefit. I mean, the point is, in some cases, it may require interpretation, and I'm just not waiving the right to suggest that our interpretation is correct. As Leanna said, we said, let's provide the additional information. We can make it clear. I believe that issue is going to be resolved to her satisfaction. We're not asking you to waive anything. We're just saying we don't want to waive anything that was already negotiated in the stipulation. That's all. And I think there the question was, there were questions with clarity with respect to the buffer. For example, there was a 130 foot setback, and then it said certain things like patios can't be put in the setback, except that they can be put in the on-lot portion of the buffer. In other words, that which was on the individual lots is distinguished from the open space. That was the interpretation, that was the clarification that we talked about, and making it very clear on the plan how it was going to be done, that's all. I mean, it's not that we have an argument, David, it's just that it was an interpretation question. We're just, by accepting the condition of will comply, all I'm saying is we're not waiving any provision of the stipulation.
Right, but that requires adding something to the motion, because you're not going to agree to comply, just comply. You're going to agree to comply to the extent required by the settlement agreement.
And it is I can say that it's our intent to comply or resolve to the satisfaction of the township's consultants all of the review comments, which is essentially what I told the Planning Commission, provided that we're an interpretation, and you may need the same protection, but where the settlement stipulation controls, the only way we'd have to get that is a resolution, because if Leanna says, well, I'm not satisfied with it, then we may need somebody else to resolve that issue. But that's the only circumstance that I can see, and obviously that's not to anyone's benefit.
Mr. Duckworth, you have something to say?
And those two, I believe, are the only two. I mean, some of the other comments, for example, it said, well, this location appears to be incorrect. We said, we'll move it into the right-of-way instead of keeping it out of the right-of-way. Those kind of resolutions are standard. We always do go through that.
But those are will comply.
Yeah, well, we said, we'll comply by moving it into the right-of-way, for example. That's a will comply.
Right.
Which is
why, to the satisfaction of the consultant.
That's what I always like to say, to the satisfaction of the consultant.
Well, if the board wanted to entertain consider a condition that would address this most recent discussion, it would be that the applicant shall comply with the following review letters to be listed, to the extent governed by the settlement agreement and to the satisfaction of the respective township consultants.
Yep, that's acceptable.
Leaving it in the engineers, the planners, and the emergency services folks' hands to determine whether the plan is in substantial compliance with the settlement agreement. So I don't know what the board's pleasure is this evening.
Well, I haven't heard a motion, so I will...
Ask me for one?
Well, yeah, if you could...
I will be happy to frame a motion for the board's consideration and potential action.
Well, let me just, I will poll the board to see what they would like to do. before you even go through that.
Sure.
Motion making, Mr. Davis, any words?
I don't think any solution here is going to do anything but be a risk to the welfare of the residents of the neighborhood and anyone going through that intersection. So I was a no for the last 5 years, I'm still a no.
Okay, Mr. Fisher?
I'd like to see the plans with the emergency services issues addressed.
Mr. Mack?
I think I need some more information about the traffic study that from our township engineer. I'm not quite sure I got all the details, especially if there was any study that the developer provided regarding access, direct access to the bypass that could potentially be used when you go back to PennDOT to say, you know, we did a study and we don't agree with you. I don't know if the study would show that, but I don't know if that study has actually been done, anything like that.
Mr. Oxley?
I agree with Mr. Mack and Mr. Fisher. I'd like to get some more information. Love to see the engineer's report on those pads and also a little bit more information on what the traffic study holds.
I guess one of my questions to go back to the access point off of the bypass, and correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't one of the determining commissions supposed to be this National Federal Highway Committee? Were they the determining factor if that could be done? And from what I understand, and maybe I didn't understand correctly, I thought that the federal would overrule PennDOT. Please fill me in.
Again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I have made myself aware of what the process is. And the way the process works is if District 6 were to recommend it, then it goes to the state office of PennDOT. If the state office of PennDOT approves it, then it goes to the Federal Highway Administration. That's the process.
And was that process followed?
Yeah, it went to District 6, and District 6 says no, and my understanding is that stops it. That they can't go any further without the support of District 6.
Well, I think you heard from the board that we are not going to take any action tonight. If you can get us additional information, we will probably have a meeting on the 25th. I think that's our next scheduled meeting. And, just like you, I hate to rehash this thing all over again because it's, I've been rehashing it for the last 14 years. So, well, there you go. So I think that, everyone wants this resolved, but in the proper way and to the safety of Newtown Township. And I think that's pretty much where we leave it for tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Doesn't sound like it.
I'll tell you what, for discussion purposes, I'll second it. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
There's nothing I need to add to what I've already said.
Okay.
I stand on that.
Mr. Sander, if it's denied, what happens?
If it's denied, I'm going to have to come up with some reasons to substantiate that denial, of which I, in my professional opinion,
Yes.
do not believe there are any.
Okay.
What about there was a statement made tonight that a prior Pennsylvania Supreme Court made a ruling that U-turns are not a safe maneuver.
I'll look at the Cahill case, but that's not going to govern how this board acts on this final plan.
Was there
Again, my advice to the board was that plans that meet all applicable ordinance requirements, aside from obtaining outside permits, must be approved unless there's some kind of reason why that plan doesn't meet the zoning ordinance, the SALDO, or the stormwater management or other applicable ordinances.
that would be the denial, if there's something, some sort of criteria.
If there was something like that,
Okay.
that would be grounds for denial. And you cannot deny based on an outside agency not yet issuing a permit, which I've thought I was very clear on stating earlier, that is a clearly established case law. And you can't deny based on, what you may think is unsafe or what you may think is a safety issue, especially since decisions like that are in the hands of agencies that are not necessarily this Board of Supervisors. If there were ordinance provisions that this plan did not meet, I would feel comfortable recommending that the board, if it chose, could deny. I'm strongly recommending against that. I think that the board should table the issue. I think all 5 supervisors have made comments regarding the fact that they'd like to see some additional information sent to the board, placed on the plans. I know the meeting with emergency services is scheduled. I think we should have our engineer there, and I think that we ought to review that. And if we want to have further discussion with PennDOT directly, or have our traffic engineer look at the traffic study that was submitted to them and review the PennDOT letter and give us some opinion as to whether he thinks that that letter is hogwash or whether it's solid, good engineering principle, I think that may be something to do. But again, a decision has to be made on this by August 31st. If you're not ready to do it tonight, I would recommend tabling this matter until the August 25th meeting.
Mr. Sander, let me ask you a question about, you said coordinating a meeting potentially with PennDOT. Is there an opportunity, I don't know the gentleman's name. I know Mr. Chairman talked about naming a U-turn after him potentially. But was it Frank Haney or what's his name?
His name is Fran Haney.
Fran Haney, I apologize. And please, I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. Is there a way to set up a meeting to go to PennDOT?
We could try. His office is in King of Prussia.
That's fine. I got a car.
We can try, but I think what we need to do is have our traffic engineer take a look at everything and formulate talking points that we're going to be able to bring to PennDOT other than, well, gee, we don't like this.
Well,
we think it's going to be unsafe.
Well, the only reason why I asked that is because you brought the point about we feel it's unsafe. Like, I think when a development's built, there should be an opportunity that those people that buy the property should be able to access the road in a very safe way, right? No concerns of potentially being, hit. So, that's my thought, and you said the denial would only be because of X, Y, and Z, and I'm thinking, shouldn't there be possibly an opportunity in that where there's a safety component of accessing a road for those potential residents?
We did have conversations. This gentleman does not see any other viable option.
Okay.
He came into a meeting saying that the best way is a U-turn. Wouldn't listen to reason. And what came back? We got a letter that says the only option is a U-turn. This is a department that is just unbendable. So, we can meet with him every day from now until the 25th.
Yeah.
And all he's going to say is, U-turn. U-turn's the only way.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's a comment earlier, I believe from Mrs. Ahern, that in 2017, there was a U-turn there that was denied. Is that correct?
I think it was farther back. It was,
Okay.
yeah.
2007, my apologies. So, Was
Wait,
Mr.
Guys,
Haney?
that's supposition.
Yeah, I'm
There's
just
no
asking a
fact to
question.
that.
I know.
We
I'm
have
just asking.
absolutely no proof that a
Okay.
U-turn was denied by PennDOT at that
All
location.
right, Mr. Sander.
None. I'm sorry, but I can't, I don't want
know
your
that.
thinking to be guided by a complete
Okay,
supposition.
No problem.
That
No
that
problem.
there's no basis in fact for
I
it.
think the point is that a U-turn at one time at that intersection was deemed illegal. But I guess what PennDOT gives, PennDOT can take away. So now this all-powerful gentleman has decided that it's okay to make a U-turn there. It's safe to make a U-turn there.
Okay, so
It's okay for 60 residents or 2 cars per 120 residents to make a U-turn there.
Don't forget the young drivers.
Yeah, and the other drivers of Newtown Township and/or surrounding townships that come to Newtown Township that are going to go back and say, boy, that township's crazy.
Well,
They
then take it up
legalize-
with,
they legalize,
then let's take that up,
U-turns.
then let's take that up with PennDOT. That's the only way we're going to get, I know that that approving the plan and the U-turn are connected, but procedurally and legally, they are two different aspects. One is the plan, the other is they've got to get a highway occupancy permit from PennDOT for whatever PennDOT will issue it for, and that's PennDOT's decision, not your decision. And if they don't get it from PennDOT, there is language in the settlement agreement that says that Arcadia acknowledges that it is proceeding at its own risk with regard to obtaining any outside permits and approvals. So that's on him.
Can I say something? I don't, I don't know, these two decisions, or PennDOT decision is separate from the decision we have to make, but I've often said that we need to have more resident interaction with PennDOT, and that's what I hope we can do, but I don't think we can do it in 2 weeks, especially in the summertime here. And I think one of you made a comment that the people with the loudest impact on PennDOT may be residents, but as I mentioned a couple of times, residents have told me that they never had any contact with PennDOT. I've heard that the associations that are supposed to be party to this are not adequately representing their members. And this disturbs me, basically. I don't know how PennDOT makes decisions, but if you tell me that, this person who is supposed to be God at PennDOT is immovable, I mean, when I grew up a long time ago, we used to go out in the streets and demonstrate. I don't know if you can do that now at PennDOT, but we need the residents time to organize and get out there, and it's not just the township. But, I'm not hopeful that the timing here is going to work, but I would appreciate at least some delay if we have until the 31st. Maybe there's something, a letter writing campaign or whatever.
Yeah, well, Mr. Duckworth said that he'd rather not have the U-turn, I believe, correct? Is that correct? I don't want to speak for you. Sorry.
I'm in favor of the bypass connection, but we had negotiated a process because we need the ability to move this project ahead in a reasonable time frame, right? And that's why the process was constructed the way it was, with township input, with the input of the Eagle Ridge HOA. I made a special effort on my part to notify all those parties that there was a key moment to put pressure onto PennDOT. I don't know the degree to which people participated and took advantage of that, right? But we do need to move this project ahead. I mean, it's actually more like 7 years, which is not just my time, it's your time as well, as a community. So I mean, we're going to keep marching ahead with the process that we agreed to, but by no means am I going to be opposed to public input in the PennDOT process.
So,
Let me ask, sorry, can I?
yeah, please.
Let me ask the question. PennDOT did not approve the U-turn, but at the same token, they did not disapprove the bypass option because they haven't made any ruling. They said they don't like it. Okay? Maybe we get an indication that that's how they're going to vote, but none of this is certain, I guess.
Well, I mean, the letter is worth rereading if you haven't read it recently. I mean, the key term they use is acceptable. There are things which are acceptable, and there are things which are not acceptable. And of the four options, the only one which they describe as acceptable is option 4.
Well, you obviously had an expert design this bypass option. Somebody who is maybe a traffic engineer.
Right.
And if that traffic engineer thought it was acceptable, and we might have a traffic engineer who might also think that, we're going against PennDOT. I don't know if we can win that, but I'm kind of the impression that that wasn't fought as hard as it could be, maybe. And I don't know if delaying this 2 weeks would give us an opportunity to further that idea or not. But
The only thing I want to say, Mr. Mack, is that, we followed the procedure. We funded the study. The study was reviewed, submitted to the Homeowners Association councils, reviewed by the township, and submitted. Homeowners Association, at least one, had a seat at the table. Township always has a seat at the table. Whether that letter was appealable or not is something that you might have been asked to weigh in on. I don't know.
let me say this. You know that when you say the township, I'm not quite sure who you have in mind. You might have the supervisors?
No.
I was never aware of what kinds of conversations were going on with PennDOT.
No
I guess.
conversations. This traffic study was reviewed and submitted. That's the conversation. This letter is the next thing that
But
happens.
we're leaving it up to our paid consultants and so on. And, I don't review their performance to know how well they made the case or not, as well as I don't know how well you made the case for this bypass option. So
But we can't affect there's a procedure. We can't tell PennDOT what it has to do. Obviously, we all supported the bypass option, or we wouldn't have agreed to the stipulation. The only thing that I want to remind everyone is you cannot approve, even if you elect to approve this final plan, the approval cannot be subject to receipt of a PennDOT permit in this
I
case,
understand
even
that,
though that's
but,
normal.
I'm kind of, in my mind, I tie it together. I mean,
I understand that, but
I
the
know
stipulation decouples it, and it's not tied
Yeah.
together.
Is it always that way? Do you always have a development where you have those separate?
I don't know.
Or is it just in
No,
this
you
case?
don't always have it that way.
Generally, you would approve a plan conditioned on obtaining all permits and approvals from all agencies with jurisdiction over the property and the plan. In this case, because of the unique nature of what the applicant has to go through as far as getting a highway occupancy permit for this property,
Right.
the stipulation says what Mr. Van Leeuwenhoek said.
And actually, the whole thing was a compromise because we consistently said we don't need a highway occupancy permit to begin with because we are not taking access to Buck Road, we're taking access to a township road. The safety of that intersection is really within the township's jurisdiction and always has been. In this case, we're helping the township financially by trying to support making an improvement to the conditions that currently exist. If this access point is dangerous after development, it's already dangerous today. Trucks come in and out of there now. Trucks have to make turning movements now. Maybe not as many, but the township, your predecessor, Board of Supervisors, already approved a plan to allow the future development of these properties subject to a condition with respect to the number of vehicular accesses back to and from, vehicle trips to and from. It's been the case all along. But the fact of the matter all along has been, other than that condition, there will be no limitation on the ability to access that service road. We don't have direct access to PennDOT. The property doesn't even front on Buck Road. It's an off-site intersection that you've asked us to improve, and Mr. Duckworth has spent a lot of money helping you to improve that. And yes, he has an interest in it. Certainly he does. No question about that. But it's still a township road that intersects a state highway within your jurisdiction.
Okay, let's move along.
We do
The
seem
poor
to be,
dog is falling asleep here.
we do seem to be going around and around.
We have a motion and a second on the floor here. I don't know if anybody wants any further discussion. This is a motion to deny. And I will call the question. All those in favor of denial?
Aye.
Nay.
No.
Okay. No denial.
No, hold on. No, there was one aye and at least 2 or 3 nays. I didn't hear everybody vote.
I was the no.
Correct.
I mean, I was, yeah.
Mr. Davis voted aye
He
in
wants to
favor of the
deny.
motion to
He
deny.
wants to deny. Yeah.
Right.
I was tricky, yeah.
Mr. Oxley voted nay.
I voted
correct?
nay, yes, or
And
no.
I followed along with
Whichever
Mr.
one
Fisher
works.
voted nay. I didn't hear the other two votes.
Mr. Mack voted no, he didn't say nay.
Nay?
And I will vote nay also.
Mr. Chairman, can we have a quick break?
Can we,
If
can
there's
we-
a- if
can
there's-
I, can we entertain a motion to table?
I want a
the-
motion to table.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion is second to
Second.
table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
No.
opposed?
Nope.
Motion to table passes 4-1. So we'll see you on August 25th. Unless, of course, you ask for an extension.
We gonna finish the agenda or take a break?
Take a 5-minute break. Okay, moving on to the second half of the meeting. Reports from officials, engineers report.
Yep, thank you. First item we have tonight is the letter of recommendation for the Lower Dolington Road Multi-Use Trail Project. We reviewed the bids received, and we found no discrepancies in the bids submitted by Associated Paving Contractors, the apparent low bid. So we recommend award of the base bid, alternate bid number 1, alternate bid number 3, and alternate bid number 5 in the total amount of $1,151,769.70.
Motion approved.
Second.
I'm going for speed dating here.
Wait.
Yeah, well, hey, Miss Davis may not like that. You better be careful. That's something wrong.
Aye.
Next item we have is financial security release number 4, the final release for Premier A2 self-storage. We reviewed the work completed, and based on that work, we recommend the release in the amount of $29,531.50.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion second, questions from the board, for the public. Seeing none, call question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about the road program?
No.
No, I mean, we're going to have a schedule of the,
Joe Schiavone, if I may interject real quick, I know what you're going to ask. Joe Schiavone is meeting them tomorrow to discuss progress.
okay, great.
Sounds like an
thanks.
email.
Solicitors report.
First item on our report this evening, Mr. Chairman, is a fire services fee schedule amendment resolution. At its last meeting, the Board of Supervisors authorized our office to prepare an amendment to the township's fee schedule to impose a fire services fee on Newtown Borough and other municipalities for which we may provide fire services. And that resolution is before you this evening. I will note that since that time, we've received 2 pieces of correspondence from Newtown Borough's solicitor. The first stating a legal position with which I do not agree, namely that we can't impose a fee on them unless we enter into an intergovernmental agreement with them under the Intergovernmental Cooperation Act. This is a service that we are required to perform. We are the primary fire services coverage township for Newtown Borough. They are receiving a service from us and not paying for it, taking their logic to its conclusion, taking their argument to its logical conclusion. If they never decided to pay us and we never entered into agreement, we'd never get paid. So I disagree with that observation. The second piece of correspondence was either yesterday or today, received from the solicitor saying that Borough Council has authorized the Borough Solicitor to draft an intergovernmental cooperation agreement with the township for fire services. Recall that we tried to negotiate with them, and that failed miserably because there were insulting offers made by the borough with regard to how much they were going to pay us for fire service, but also that we drafted an agreement establishing a fire services fee, sent it to them. They said they would consider it, and we never heard anything back from them. So I want the board to take into consideration that the borough is aware of this and has responded and seemingly would like to rekindle negotiations with the township on a fire services fee. But you had authorized this resolution to be prepared. It is prepared, and it imposes, based on some numbers that we got from the Emergency Services Department, an annual fee for this calendar year of $249,277.14 on Newtown Borough, based on the fact that our Emergency Services Department spends 18% of its time in the borough, and 18% of the township's budget for fire services for 2021 is that $249,000 number. We're also imposing a fee on any other municipalities that we may offer fire services to. Again, that would be based on the percentage of time spent there times the amount of the budget. We also are imposing a $45.17 hourly fee on not only Newtown Borough, but whomever we provide services to for reviewing land development plans and other plans for safety fire issues and responding to fire code violations in other municipalities. That varies too much to say we spend X percent of our time there and we're going to charge them that number. So we had finance calculate the salary of a firefighter plus all benefits, any cost that we spend that goes into a firefighter's remuneration, wages, et cetera, is taken into consideration in that $45.17 per hour. So that's what this resolution does. It adds a 12% administrative fee to the fee, as we have in many of our other fees, and it imposes a service charge of 1.5% per month for money balances over 30 days that have not been paid. So that's what this resolution does. The board may want to think about whether it wants to adopt it based on the borough's recent correspondence, but I will leave that to the board for discussion.
I would make a motion that we table this, and because you're negotiating here by resolution, why don't we see what they come back with and continue to negotiate?
Mr. Sander, did they come back with a figure?
They did not.
So it would be basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, they just apparently at their last meeting, which I don't know when it was, they just authorized their solicitor to enter into, or at least draft an agreement for our review, enter into negotiations, et cetera.
It seems to me like they're signaling possible cooperation. I'd rather err on the side of caution and come up with a solution with them rather than impose one on them.
Right,
So how much time do we give?
Was there a second?
Is there a second to my motion?
Was there a motion?
Yes, I made a motion to table this.
Motion table. Is there a second?
A second. I'll second it.
Can we have a little discussion
I
about
just feel that they're going to get another month of free service from us.
Yeah.
Not come back with any kind of figure that we're acceptable to. And I don't know why this would be some sort of insult to them. I think actually we're coming in low. That's my opinion. We don't have an annual increase in here like we have for our police contract with Wrightstown Township. So I mean, what are they going to do? Pay this particular figure forever?
No, it says that the fee will be adjusted annually based on the time spent the prior year. It says said fee shall be, let me see.
Yep. Number 5.
Yeah.
Number 5.
It's in here. Fees established by this resolution shall be recalculated each year based on the annual data used to calculate the fees established in the resolution.
Just above the signatures.
Well,
So yes, if we spend 16% of our time in Newtown Borough in 2021, then the fee for 2022 is going to go down a little bit. We've got the issue with imposing a fee rather than having an agreement that agrees to an automatic escalator is that you've got to support the fee. And the fee can only be a revenue neutral fee that allows you to collect back money that you're spending for that service. You cannot make money. This isn't a revenue generator.
Let me ask you a question. Did you set a date for these said negotiations?
No, because I think it was going to be John and I's responsibility to redo that.
So
we just got the letter today.
I think the two solicitors are in negotiation right now. So I'd like to see Dave contact their solicitor and see what the situation is.
well, how much time frame do we give? How much time frame are we going to give these said negotiations?
I would approve this tonight, and they have no time frame. They're going to have to come up with a decision. Right now, we're in the middle of August.
Right.
So they already got half of August for free. by the time we meet on the 25th, it'll be the end of the month, so they're gonna have the month of August for free, because by the time we sign it, get it to them, it'll be September.
So, because you guys were negotiating for, what, majority of the year, and now they're coming to it after we sent them that
I'd say 4 months.
4 months, okay.
We've been negotiating with them for about 4 years, not 6 months.
So I mean, I would say we should probably put a pretty short time frame on these negotiations.
I would say a month.
Another month, okay.
Phil, your mic's not on.
Okay, another month, let's give them another month, because.
Will we have a motion? Is there going to be a vote?
There's a motion to
All those in
table.
favor to table?
Motion to table.
Aye.
Aye. Are we voting, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, aye.
I vote no.
I vote no as well.
So what's it, pass 3 to 2?
Yeah, you look, give them
It's
another month.
it's tabled now.
It's tabled.
It's tabled, so we're not going to act on this resolution tonight. It'll come up at the next meeting.
Mr. Sanders.
The
sent
issue is,
correspondence
it is
to
my
the other-
direction to contact the borough solicitor,
Absolutely.
tell them that we have tabled it, but that we are not going to wait around forever, that they better get us an offer, a proposal, an agreement.
What's their meeting schedule? Are they going to take the last meeting of August off?
I don't know, Phil, but I'm going to make it clear that we're not going to wait around, and our next meeting is August 25th, and that this matter will come back up.
We are waiting around. That's.
Oh, I understand.
All right, moving right along.
Next item on our agenda is approval of the conditional use decision for Five Guys.
Do I have a motion?
Motion
Come on,
approved.
Let's go. Do I have a second? Second. Motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? What's the reason for abstention?
He wasn't here.
Oh.
Next item on the agenda is the conditional use decision for the Halal Guys.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion second. Any question from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does the board wish to take a position on a deck construction zoning hearing board application scheduled for September 2nd?
No.
Hearing none, that concludes our report.
Okay, manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General fund balance as of this evening is $5,422,890. Plan expiration before the board, no action required, and we have Chief Hearn. Even, Chief.
Evening, board members. July's police report, 1,776 calls for service, 24,000 patrol miles, 19 arrests, 55 traffic crashes, 147 citations, 201 warnings. Couple notable jobs. Ulta Beauty's been having numerous thefts. We did make 2 apprehensions. We're providing patrol coverages down in the area. On 7/29, we assisted the U.S. federal agents in a warrant search for KVK Tech. On 7/28, we arrested an offender that burglarized a house in August 2020. He was located in Sparks, Nevada, and he was extradited back to Philadelphia, back to Bucks County. We had 2 truck enforcement details, 14 truck inspections, 5 citations, 3 warnings, a couple extra enforcements. There's numerous unemployment fraud going on. Department of Labor Industry has reported an increase in fraud attempts applying for unemployment benefits, so please keep that in mind for your own personal protection. There are several upcoming planned events: Coffee with a Cop, Trans Am Fitness, 591 Durham Road on 8/19 from 5 to 7 p.m. Coffee with a Cop at Factory Donuts, 2828 South Eagle Road on 9/1 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we're having Coffee Cops and Classic Cars on September 11th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Veterans Park. Look for our website for more information. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
Chief, I got a question for you. First off, I've got a comment. I talked to Patrice Tisdale at the NAACP, and she had nothing but great things to say about you in their discussions around, we're moving in the direction of, trying to have more transparent policing and so forth. And she was very happy to see that out of all the chiefs' discussions, you were one that were much more open to suggestions and dialogue and so forth. So keep representing Newtown Township the way you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And as far as the KVK, situation. You assisted how many different law enforcement branches from
There was a total of 75 agents from various federal agencies.
75?
You have 75 agents from different federal agencies that went down, and they actually hit warrants with 3 separate locations at all KBK locations in Newtown Township.
Okay.
They hit them simultaneously. We assisted him in getting an entry to make sure there was no, problems getting in the door.
Okay.
Once they got in the door, the property was turned back over to them for their full investigation. It was closed probably about for 4 or 5 days.
Okay. And FBI?
FBI, Homeland Security, Department of Labor Industry, there was Matty Moe and Jack. You name all the federal alphabets, they were all down there.
Wow. Never thought I'd see something like that in Newtown. Okay. Really?
The same building,
Wow.
I was
hope
told that
they
could have
lock
been my
them up.
police station.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That's all
sir.
I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more item under my report. The township has been granted a federal reimbursement grant from PEMA due to the civil unrest last year in the amount of $17,538.51. Requesting authorization to execute the agreement with PEMA for the emergency federal law enforcement grant for the civil unrest in 2020.
So moved.
Second. Aye.
Aye.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Sure. The large amount in the general, well, comparatively large amount in the general fund is because we've, quarterly we get high numbers in EIT, and August happens to be one of those months. So the initial 2 weeks of August, we had a rather large injection of EIT to be able to boost that fund balance.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes of the July 14, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting.
So moved.
Second.
For the board, for the public, seeing none, call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One abstention. Passes 401.
Okay, I move that we approve the payment of our bills according to the bills list dated July 28th, 2021, totaling $277,817.38.
Motion and a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions from the board on the bills list? From the public, seeing none, call the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0.
I move that we approve interfund transfers according to the bills list dated July 28, 2021, totaling $299,600.
Motion and a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions from the board? The public, seeing none, call the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0.
Okay, I move that we approve the payment of our bills according to the bills list dated August 11, 2021, totaling $176,342.54.
So a second. Motion, have a second, and I have a second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0.
Finally, I move that we approve interfund transfers according to the bills list dated August 11, 2021, totaling $257,751.77.
Have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Mack. Second session of public comment. Anyone who wants to make a comment, please come up to the podium.
Can I say this? John DeApril, Newtown Grant, biggest and the best. I got a couple of questions about the Arcadia thing, if you guys want to talk about that. Who negotiated the settlement with Arcadia with the accord?
The what?
Anybody? Who negotiated the settlement? The solicitor or, you know?
Are we doing questions?
You don't have to answer questions.
Well, yeah, go ahead,
Well, who negotiated the settlement agreement? I was the lead negotiator on behalf of the township because I'm the township solicitor and it's a legal document. Mr. Lewis certainly assisted at every stage. The township engineer and the township planner both reviewed the zoning and subdivision and land development criteria that were set forth in the agreement and of which the plan was made subject to. In addition, Eagle Ridge was represented by Steve Harris. They didn't sign the agreement but participated in its negotiation because there are a number of provisions that were placed in that agreement to protect Eagle Ridge and Newtown Crossing for that matter. And obviously Mr. Van Louveny and Mr. Duckworth on behalf of the developer.
I can't understand how you guys could let the traffic thing out of that settlement. I mean, it's a big part of the thing, always has been with that plot of land, and I can't understand how you guys could let that go. Another thing too, Mr. Van Louveny kept on mentioning, oh, the planning commission. I mean, you know, I adore Alan Fiddler. All the years I've been here, I think he's been the best chair on the planning commission. But, you know, I mean, he even said it at his presentation that two of the people were on the phone, and they had a hard time hearing. In fact, Alan had to come over to the phone, which was located on the podium here, and talk into the phone. And one of them still didn't hear him. So, I mean, it's kind of, I'm in the audience, and I can't hear some of you guys sometimes. So, you know, that's a tough thing. I hate it when they keep on saying the planning commission. Planning commission is just a bunch of civilians, bunch of residents. Who knows how long? I mean, I don't know how long they've been in the township and all that stuff. And you know, it's
Peggy Driscoll?
when you got people in big positions and they put a lot of weight on, not a big position, but you know, and they only have like 7 years in the township. They're not even wet behind the ears. I mean, you got a supervisor up there that's been here for 26 years, and he just woke up about 3-4 years ago. And, you know, speaking of that, don't look at what's on the hat, but certain supervisor at the planning commission meeting, I was there, I attended, started hammering me for what was on that hat, dropping the F-bomb all over the place. In fact, he went as far as when he got in a room over here, he insulted me personally and said, "Go F yourself." Now, I think that's conduct under becoming a supervisor, and I wish you'd throw that guy off. Thank you.
Anyone else have public comment? Okay, seeing none.
My microphone is...
Move on to old business. Have on here discussion and a vote on forming a traffic committee. Mr.
We want
Fisher,
to take the time to do this? I can do it real quick. Okay. The pieces that we didn't know from the last time, well, let me give you a tiny little bit of background. It was approached by a couple of folks back in March that they were interested in reforming the traffic committee. Brought it to the board. Somehow, rightfully so, I guess, we asked the borough if they wanted to be involved in it. And we then asked our solicitor to prepare a resolution. The traffic, since then, a couple of pieces of information that we didn't have, is those people are still interested in forming a committee. If we had a small enough committee, there'd be 3 people out of 5 already. If we go to 7, we'd still have a couple of people. But the borough has informally told me that they are not really interested in a joint committee anymore. Not that we couldn't on an ad hoc basis have, meet together. Okay. Okay, but, so what I'm suggesting is that we have a up to 7-member committee to address traffic concerns in Newtown Township. And there, I do actually have a list of what that looked like from a former resolution. But I would suggest that their meetings be quarterly, no less than twice a year. And what their duties would be, we could copy from the last time the board, last time there was a traffic committee.
When was the last time there was a traffic committee, do we know? And the reason why it's not
Jen
any
Dix was
longer?
here.
Yeah, because it just disbanded.
Yeah, the last resolution that dealt with it was 2012. That doesn't mean that's when it ended, but that was the last resolution that dealt with the terms of the members.
How many missing members do we have on EDC? Need anything filled there? One. How many on the Finance Committee?
One.
How many on the Technology Committee?
Maybe about 3.
How many on the Planning Commission? Okay. And we want to fill a committee of 7, of a new committee. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's what I'm proposing. If another solution would be to wait till January when we have reorganization and do all the committees together. The traffic committee was to develop and maintain a working knowledge of the township's existing roads, make recommendations with respect to transportation needs, make recommendations to promote traffic enforcement, make recommendations that address circulation and safety issues on commercial districts. They improve bike and pedestrian links. These are all making recommendations for traffic calming methods. Make recommendations to grant monies that the township can pursue to help advance transportation improvements. I think there's just two more. Advise the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors on traffic impacts of development in the township and seek input from the community on these duties.
The one where you use the word development, what does that mean? So should they study the traffic impact of Arcadia when Arcadia has their roads in there? I'm just asking the question.
I want to be careful about that for sure. Advise Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors on traffic impacts of development in the township. I would say they would be made apprised of the agendas for the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors so that they can make comment.
Okay.
Do these committee members have any required specific capabilities, knowledge, background, degrees?
They drive around in Newtown. Just like you do, I do.
I did not see any of those, no, and I'm relooking right now.
I mean, so it's no different than any other citizen coming in here and telling us that U-turns are not safe, right?
Correct. Of which anyone can make us aware of that.
I thought we had a traffic commission or something that there were specific experts, at least one or two on that.
Well, we have a traffic engineer.
Well, that's not the same thing. It's not a citizen. I think, I don't know.
I do not see a specific qualification.
I mean, all I think I would get from that is that, there are more residents telling us that there's a lot of traffic and something has to be done, basically. I mean, we know that already.
Well, we've had resident comment via email, or even I asked, Chief Hearn about, last meeting about, folks coming off of Washington Crossing Road into Sycamore, and, then there was, a speed digital type thing in front of Apple Cleaners, right, for a while. So, I noticed that we respond really well when folks ask, or residents ask via email, or if we see something, we can actually just kind of like move on it pretty quickly. So I'm not sure.
And we moved pretty quickly on with a couple of incidents at Stupeville and Eagle,
Correct,
too.
correct. So, resident input is great, and I think I don't necessarily know if we need a committee for that. So those are my thoughts.
You also have businesses that give us input. I know that a friend of my son was killed by a driver across from the Green Parrot. Okay, and this had to do with, I think, the driver was texting at the moment. But, I talked to the Green Parrot owners, and they had often talked about having some kind of traffic signal, not a light, but, something that's down by Chandler Hall. They have these flashing lights, things like that. That's the kind of stuff that, we need some advice on.
I feel like we're overanalyzing this. If you're making a motion, out of respect for you, I'll second it, and we can move on.
Motion is second. Any questions from the board? From the public? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Possible to bring it back up in January?
You can bring it up next meeting if you want.
Okay.
That's an Arcadia meeting, please don't.
New business. I put something on here which says discussion and possible appointment of a communication expert liaison. The only thing I neglected to get in regards to this was any kind of description, or having Mr. Sander maybe research it, because I'm sure we have to have some sort of parameters. So I don't know if we want to discuss this or table it for another time until we get some information.
I need more information. I'd make a motion to table.
I have a motion to table. Do I have a second? I don't even know if we need a motion.
Yeah.
We could just
We
say,
just skip it.
we'll put it on the next agenda.
Sounds
Yeah,
good?
we don't have to vote. Okay.
No objections.
No objection. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a, are we done? No, we're not. We're
No,
still in
no,
new business,
keep
right?
going, please.
I have a thought, or, based upon what Chief Hearn said about, all these different law enforcement agencies in Newtown, based upon a business that's been here, and that business is obviously under a lot of different scrutinies. I'd like to see if we can ask Mr. Sanders to contact the Justice Department to figure out what's going on, so we can get a little bit more of an update on this KVK situation. I'd like to see what we can get. All this stuff is going on, and we don't really have much of any information on, and it's happening in our own township, right?
I understand.
I assume it's a criminal prosecution situation. They're not going to tell me anything.
How do you know? You never know, man.
It's criminal. Yeah, I'm giving myself enough credit here. I'm not going to. It's a criminal investigation. They're not going to share anything.
I'm sure they've been
with
working
us.
on this.
It's not on the
probably
public
for
record.
years.
How long have they been working on it?
I could estimate for about 4 or 5 years. And the FBI usually builds a case before they ever invade someone, so to speak, so.
Well, it was the FDA that made a case that this company was advertising and selling an unapproved drug, which is really a no-no. It's a serious, serious offense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the FBI gets involved. The FBI did not initiate this case. It was the FDA.
Yeah, also, I think Immigration and the Treasury Department may have been involved just for their hiring and their financial reporting, so.
Well, I don't know about that, because the case said that the officials have lied to the FDA and were, what was the sort of like, drug pushers, basically, It was, I don't know any charges regarding what you're talking about, but
Well, I'll tell you about it later.
So you don't think that you'd be able to get any information, not even not a shot?
I did call the FBI in Philadelphia. I was told there's a number, and they never got back to me. Of course, I don't answer my phone unless I know who's calling me, so they may have called, but they never left a message, so I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start, and to try to figure out where to go and what to do, it's going to take an awful lot of time for what I'm educatedly guessing is very small reward or feedback about what I'm going to find. It's going to take me a long time to figure out who to talk to and who's handling this case and what I can get out of them. I'll do it if you want me to.
That would be great. Thank you.
Any other items for discussion? No need for an executive session. We did have an executive session before the meeting to discuss matters of litigation. Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Okay, without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.